All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope you are having a wonderful day. It is April 4th, 2025. Maybe one day they'll call this Black Friday. Oh, hi, there's me. But yeah, Chad, you are down about 3% pre-market. I think at one point we were down 4%. TLT is up 2, which is still a little low. And then the VIX is above 40. I know, I can't believe it. I know. Yesterday's watch list, bro. That was so timely. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you paid attention because everything we talked about last night. I'm mad, bro. This is the first time I actually fell asleep and stayed asleep. I even woke up in the middle of the night and I was going to go pee. I did go pee. And I was like, let me look at my phone. And I was like, nah, I'm good. And then I go back to bed. And then I'm like, what? So, yeah, it was fun taking a poop today, and I poop with the window open so that I have to fight while I get to poop so I'm prepared for the day, if that does, to give you an insight into my mentality. But that being said, Chad, in about 4 minutes, this is either going to get very bad, even worse, or it's going to get a lot better. But at this point, the damage is done. China has responded. And they came out with 34. Like I told you, the scary part is if everybody starts betting alongside us. Remember, I kept showing you these charts, and I was telling you, do not underestimate what we just got. And then you look at this, long story short, we're over here, and now China was over here on us. Again, China's effective rate on us was around 20%. Now they shot it up to 34. So now even China is starting to have a tariff rate. That's crazy. Honestly, the part that I think everybody has ignored, what happens if everybody just raises tariffs like this? Although we think this is a negotiation, there will be an element where if everybody raises equally, we're just going to be at the same spot we're at net, but with higher rates, if that makes any sense. But long story short, Chad, it's going to be wild today. I hope you guys are ready. We have about 3 minutes. Let me get this set up. But yeah, and then we'll have to get the news after. I don't have Josh AI set up. My voice, I'm just chilling. The VIX is good, bro. It's funny. I was going to post this, but, since we're going to be on members only for this, because I got this comment in the morning. I love this one. Are you ready? So I got this comment in the morning 5 minutes ago, literally, right as I log into my YouTube. I don't listen to this MAGA channel anymore. But I hope you enjoyed the crash you voted for. Okay, and then cut to the stream alerts. Yeah, I got 100 UVXYs. It's exactly what I voted for, if you were listening. And then our long term, we've been building cash. Now we're actually getting discounts. And yesterday I was just telling you bonds and everything else. So, yeah, that's my response. That's my response. It's not a MAGA channel. It's a money channel. You guys just let your political bias short yourself. I know. It's okay. It's okay. I feel you. If I woke up at 5 a.m. and I didn't have the coal, I would feel angry. That play's insane. I know. That was that was the second one. We hit UVXY yesterday. So if you held yesterday's UVXY, you're already $20 in the money. I can't explain this except for this is insane. There's no other way to explain it. But get ready, man. We got 2 minutes. I love you, Chad. I really, really do. So get ready. The number, I believe, is going to be around 115. But I'm telling you, all that matters is low. That's it. If that number comes in negative, we're going to have a circuit breaker probably. Other than that, if it comes in positive, it's just going to be all about this China stuff. So let's see what happens, my friends. Let's see. No one's even, I'm telling you, this China thing and this reaction, it already got everybody off guard. Again, we were talking about it yesterday. I thought it'd be slower, but yeah, now this is crazy. HYG, bro. Oh, yeah, your HYG already hit. I'm mad we made it free, and I knew it was suspicious yesterday. But finally, I'm so glad if you had options on one of these HYG gap downs, you're going to get paid. So you're already up 100%, but I hope today that we make more, but you're already in the money, so you'll be good. All right, 20 seconds, baby. God bless America. Thank you to the veterans, for real. I love you, vets. Let's go, baby. We're going to get you a house at the end of this cycle. I promise that. Let's go, baby. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burp! And we're off. Not really. Where is it? Oh! 228. Wow. Very strong. All right. But unemployment went up. That's so weird. Non-farms 228. I don't know where the hell that came from. So that's very, very weird. Average hourly earnings went up. Again, unemployment rate went up, which is odd. But yeah, bro, that was a rip. So good. Honestly, I'm not in a weird way. Although my puts would have liked it. I think that's good, man. You were just about to have a circuit breaker. So that's good. Yeah, bro, you just doubled out of nowhere. Oh, good. Remember, we were just talking. I was like, man, if they were going to fake any data, tomorrow might be the day you want to fake it. So that's good, but, oh, that's good. Wow. That was a close one. All right, it's good. Now it's nothing changed, though. Watch. Look, the market's just going to ignore the shit out of it, like I told you. And then they're going to spend all day talking about China now. They're not going to talk about, they're like, well, still, it doesn't matter if the jobs market went up. Next month, it'll come down. Yeah, no. That's good. This pretty much, long story short, you already have a negative catalyst in the air right now. And the market avoided that, or the market is already playing into it. But now you don't have this event. That would have just added to the pressure. But now I don't think you're going to react. It doesn't change the China stuff. But now at least you don't have to worry about China and then recessionary data. Honestly, it came in all good. So non-farms 228 versus 100. Unemployment rate went up. That's the weird part. Average hourly earnings in line. Average hourly earnings came down year over year. That's good. Participation rate was the same. Yeah, it doesn't. I'm surprised. Government payrolls are at 19. What? Yeah, so it doesn't show the government. All right, next one's going to be Powell. That's it now. So literally Powell is going to have to come on and talk to the market. Wow, you are down by this much. Not bad. But yeah, government payrolls were bigger than expected too. But all that matters, no circuit breaker for now. For now. That was close. That was close. All right. I've heard people talk about the purposefully crash, but I was telling you guys early, you don't remember? I think I said 3.7, but I think it's going to be 3.5. Literally, I told you, I would watch. Right when the bonds hit 3.7 to 3.5, Trump is going to start being all nice again. I can almost guarantee it. But that's why I'm saying all of this is to bring down yields. I think I said this 2 months ago. But that being said, let me now prepare the morning. That's it, 57 months of crazy, baby. Thank you for the long term. Can't wait to see what's in store. Amen, bro. Amen. We got more. Oh, I'm telling you, man. We got discounts now, everything. No, but watch. Trump is going to, I bet you, if once the yields come down, they're going to calm down. Because like I told you, none of this makes sense. There's a lot of bond vigilantes, or there's just too much supply, or just the nature. But at the end of the day, it is very odd that yields are higher than the banking crisis. That doesn't make any sense. It still is, and it still has been. So the bonds should be a lot lower, and I think that if they were, Trump could do a lot better work, not to mention a lot of other people, but there's something keeping it up here, and that's why I think they want lower yields, and once they get it, they'll ease up. All right, well, you're going up here a little bit. The data came in. It was actually way better than expected, but I don't think that gives you a positive catalyst. It just stops you from selling off. But on that note now, Here is Propaganda TV. Let me go get your news ready for the morning.
Powell, who has to confront the very real risk of upside risk to inflation and downside risk to growth. Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research is with us around the table for more. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning.
The last good one?
For sure, the last good one, and then it's going to take a big plummet lower.
At the same time, you have to wonder how much people can take this.
Did you hear that?
See this as giving any sense of where we are coming from.
Literally the first person they talked to is like, yeah,
that we are coming from a
this one was high, but the next jobs report's coming down.
Time to really
it's literally what I told you, bro.
It matters where we're coming from, to be
literally
honest.
the first thing.
So big, they are going to be
very
damaging to the consumer.
They can't help it.
And by the way, businesses have
no idea
how to invest
right
in this
away. You're going to see, oh, wow, the next one.
This as a shock to the economy, as opposed to something that's more domestically driven.
Bro, they're worse than me when I was trying, before I met my girlfriend.
So the fact that today's data was strong.
Like, oh, no. The next one going to be wifey. Oh, okay, never mind. The next one going to be wifey. Oh, never mind. Okay, no, I'm pretty sure the next one. No, for sure, the next one.
Versus
the next one's going to do it.
Really doing anything just simply because the hard data, the totality of data, is showing that strength.
Yeah, I think either way, they're kind of in a position where they can't act unless the data were crumbling already, which hasn't been the case, so there was not a great reason to expect that would be the case for this print. They're going to have to wait until the data actually start to crack before they react. So they're in a really tough position. It's going to be really interesting to see how Powell spins this today. Because, yeah, he wanted to use the word transitory last time. I don't anticipate he's going to use that again. Base case is he'll probably, try to talk about how they're ready to act. Of course, financial conditions have tightened a lot since we last heard from him, or at least from an equity perspective. They're going to have to wait until they see a notable rise in the unemployment rate until they can actually start to ease, because inflation is going to tick up notably higher on the back of all these tariffs.
Market's desperate for a circuit breaker right now, Lisa, as you know. It's either coming from Chairman Powell later this morning, or the president can pretend that she called again. And maybe that makes a difference, I don't know, going into next week.
This is a market that's gotten accustomed to having a circuit breaker, and often it has come in the form of Fed Chair Jay Powell. One thing that we keep discussing this morning—
Oh, they're using the term circuit breaker so loosely.
To fix, and it's not the problem that they
can
fix. So how can
like,
they get ahead of
everybody needs an amputation every now and then. Oh, yes, we hope this event amputates us. I don't think you're using the word amputate correctly.
We've asked this question all morning. It's
not a circuit breaker.
How relevant is this number to you and the team this morning?
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's not particularly relevant, Jonathan. It's one of those, very unique situations where the data looking backwards is probably the least impactful to the forward-looking outlook. And you said it a few minutes ago when you talked about the market reaction. It's a big upside surprise. We came into this backward-looking. Economy is in pretty good shape. Labor markets in particular are in good shape. None of that really matters to financial markets right now. Financial markets are incredible discounting machines, and they're discounting the future story, and that's really about this tariff story, not really about the labor market.
So, Jeff, as you know, sentiment is already rock bottom. We've seen that repeatedly in surveys, and hard data based on this is still holding up. So how much longer can it hold up?
Yeah, well, there's a split in the hard data versus the soft data. The soft data survey data is much more about looking forward, and the hard data, is going to be about people taking actions. And I think you're going to start to see that show up in the hard data. And most importantly, for our economy, as much as the focus is on, manufacturing, this is a service and consumption-based economy. And the most important issue for consumption is real wages. And so when you take something away from today's report that is important, it's that wage picture, and the wage picture has been pretty good. It's been holding up. Now it's a little bit of a concern in terms of the support that has had for inflation and the likelihood that we get back down to 2%. We're kind of more likely to stall out here at 3%. But you've thrown an entirely different wrench into the mix when it comes to the near-term inflation story, which is of course the tariffs and the impact that has in terms of growth. Away from the confidence shock is that this is a real wage killer in terms of short-term impact on inflation. And so that's going to be the way in which we see the hard data react. And I think, most importantly, the follow-through in terms of the survey data is going to be one on the business side and investment. This is very, uncertainty is very bad for investment. I think you're going to see that. You're going to see that in the IP data. And then I think on the consumption side, to add the the second to the 1-2
Yeah,
punch
bro.
here,
Nike did what I
is the
told
real
you.
wage
They
impact
did the
from
Humana.
from what hopefully is a transitory impact on inflation, as Powell may
That part I can't believe, bro. I was just telling you, it was at $60, and I was like 52. It bottoms out. Next day it goes to 60, 55, and I'm like, nah. I said, watch, maybe like Humana, and then now I can't believe it. So low key, it's in my buy zone. I think Nike is entering. It sucks because you have the highest tariffs in 100 years, but Nike is in the first level that I wanted. Finally, I was telling you guys 52, 53. I think it could go lower because of the uncertainty, but that's a very nice pickup right now. Everything has more downside. Again, let me put up all the Vietnam ONON, Nike, Lulu, and then Abercrombie, I think. They all got big Vietnam exposure. But yeah, let me finish this.
Is necessary and sufficient. Pronounced weakness in the economy is necessary for the sorts of cuts that are being priced in, but they're not sufficient. The Fed needs some sort of air cover on inflation. And most forecasts of inflation, as Jeff said, are now going to the 3 to 3.5% at the PCE core level. So this is quite a move. The 0.3 monthly earning growth that we saw in today's report is not consistent with air cover on inflation. So this is a report that suggests to the Fed, wait and see. And my hope is that Chair Powell, this later this morning, will do two things. He will walk back the notion that the tariffs impact on inflation will be transitory, and let's eliminate that word again from his vocabulary. And the second thing I hope he walks back is the ease with which he dismissed the soft data. Because as Stephanie said, expect the hard data to weaken in the months ahead.
Mohammed, are we dismissing the strength of this labor market report at our own peril? The idea that corporate America has thrived despite what the U.S. government has occasionally done, and that there is quite a bit of robustness and people who are employed and able to absorb a greater amount of price increases that might get passed along to them?
I think, Lisa, what this reminds you is that the structure of the economy is fine. And this is important because while there is general agreement on a very bumpy few months, there's significant disagreement on where this would lead to. There are those who think that the pain is worth the gain that's coming forward. It's just a matter of time, and the structure of the economy is strong enough to take us through this very bumpy journey. And there are others that worry that the structure of the economy is not as strong as we think it is. This number here gives you some confidence that the economy is fine if we can just avoid repeated self-inflicted wounds.
If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. Moments ago, a big upside surprise on the payrolls report, 228, the estimate 140. And we look at the charts. In the immediate aftermath of that jobs number, this market hardly blinked. Yields are still down 15 basis points at the front end of the curve, 352. And in the equity market at the moment, equity futures are lower by 2.8%. Mohammed was looking forward to Chairman Powell at 11:25, and Stephanie Roth, he talked about that word transitory, the T word. Does that get canned today?
I would imagine he won't use it again. I guess, of course, we'll see. But I think we'll have to be a little bit more cautious about this. And I think it's also important to think about the fact that transitory doesn't mean the same for every person, which is the problem. And the extent of the tariffs are so big that it might take a really long time for this inflation shock to work its way through the economy. So yes, it is.
The T word, as you know, speaks to the same mistake we all remember, which was waiting too long. That's the problem with the T word at the moment. Waiting too long to do something about inflation. This time around, I wonder, conditioned by their previous experience, do they wait too long to do something about growth?
They have called this Obliteration Day.
Risk to growth, because that's the
instead of Liberation Day, it's Obliteration.
I think that's potentially the case, and they're going to have to wait and see. And by the way, they're going to be watching inflation expectations. They've anchored, especially the last time in 2018, they said inflation expectations were the main anchor to determine whether they can look through it or whether they have to act more hawkishly as a result. And if inflation expectations start to pick up, they're gonna be in a tough situation for a little while. They're gonna have to wait until things get really bad before they can act. And by the way, inflation expectations.
How do inflation expectations go
are
higher?
Largely driven by your most recent experience with inflation.
Oh,
Not
the TV.
We had no inflation.
Not listening to the TV. And every person who wear, I don't even have a suit, and everybody in a suit is like, inflation's really bad before even inflation happened.
Which raises the question.
But when I paid $7.90 a gallon, they said no inflation, no inflation's not real. I said okay, inflation's not real, buy it. And now 4 years later, I'm like, wow, gas is at $3, and now they like, no, inflation.
Long-term bonds, because eventually they might have to cut rates a whole lot more.
Yeah, it's really interesting if you look at the last 2 days and what has transpired in terms of the bond market. So
you're very tempted on enabling margin to buy more in the long term.
Rates, but it was
Habibi,
mostly led by
just give me the money.
You
know what I'm saying?
If you look at the 30-year portion
Trust
of
me,
the curve,
follow the rules.
Break
the rules, they will break you.
It barely budged at all. Contrast that to today. And today what you're seeing is a very different picture from the bond market. And probably the most striking is that you're seeing not only longer term inflation expectations fall, but even some of the shorter term inflation measures. And so Stephanie was just talking about it. It'll be challenging for the Fed because it depends on how you're measuring inflation expectations. Everybody's seen the Michigan survey. The survey measures will likely be going higher in an environment where people are seeing higher prices due to tariffs. Potentially that gets a little bit offset by what we're seeing in oil, but the impact in terms of survey responses may be to higher inflations. Meanwhile, in the bond market, they're really looking at the financial conditions tightening that's going on, seeing the implications for consumption. 70% of the economy is driven by that side, and that's quite negative, and starting to price in today much more of a deflationary environment. So you're seeing the back end of the curve fall, you're seeing break evens fall, and you're even seeing short end inflation measures, which have really been this story about stagflation.
Trump says my policies will never change.
It's short measures. Inflation in the near term is expected to go up. Now some of that stuff is starting to get rolled over. So it's possible here the bond market may try to lead the Fed to this message of transitory by basically cutting the interest rates both in real and nominal terms for them.
I can tell you this market move is not leading.
Yesterday's Watchlist was money.
Changing his mind. Just posted on Truth Social right now saying that my policies will never change. If you're looking for someone to blink
Trump
this morning,
says this is a great time to get rich, richer than ever before.
Many investors coming into the United States and investing massive amounts of money, my policy.
Okay, this is good though, because remember we were talking about the Trump put. And remember I was saying yesterday, I was like, bro, that was a huge shot at China. And I was like, Trump was just acting nice, but that was big on China. And I think the signal, we knew it yesterday when Trump was talking agriculture. And then they hit us back right now. So, but it's kind of weird that Trump's talking right now. That should kind of give you an idea. He's already posting, but I think his first post of the day is about the market. So maybe we're getting closer to the Trump put. We might, again, some people think we need 24 more points. Remember I told you on the watch list at the beginning of the week, it's like 5,500 or 5,200 or 5,000 to like 5,200 people think that is the Trump put. That is when he will cave. But for now, you've already gotten really, really close to that.
If the U.S. growth rate falls by X, it may fall then by more than X outside the U.S., and I think that is correct. The beta is greater than 1 outside the U.S. So it's a major revisiting of the growth outlook. How long?
He can't cave. No, he's not going to.
Other countries decide right
now. He'll find a way if somebody gives him a deal, but unfortunately, if everybody keeps raising the bet, we're going to keep getting this. That's what I was telling you guys. I wanted you ready, and I was saying you couldn't ignore the starting bet. It was very, very high.
Escalation requires both sides to play along and for there to be an amount of trust that this is not a multi-round where you're going to have to renegotiate every time.
Yeah, Trump put means load up. Because once he caves,
it will hold. That is in there right now.
I mean, very simple.
I suspect
once policymakers start panicking, then you stop. Like, look, right now the market's panicking. Trump saying, that's fine, I don't care. Jerome Powell, the Fed, they're not reacting. So that's why everyone's freaking out. Eventually, there will be a level where the Fed will either cut or Trump is going to walk back policy. And at that moment, everything's going to bounce really hard. Why? Because now the people controlling the policy are freaking out. Their response is usually going to ease financials. Ta-da!
Is going to be not just at government bonds, but look at credit, and in particular high yield, because that is significantly vulnerable right now.
Yeah, we saw yesterday the biggest spread widening going back to the heart of the pandemic in some of those riskier instruments. We caught up with you earlier this week, Mohammed, and you said that it's about a 50-50 chance, in your estimation, that we either have some sort of Reagan and Thatcher-esque reordering of the global trade system, or you go back to the 70s, you go back to Carter on steroids. Do you still think it's 50-50?
I do. What has changed, if you remember, I said my own perception is 50-50. The market is at 80-20. The market is absolutely convinced this is a Reagan-Thatcher moment. I think that 80 has come down in the last couple of days, and for good reasons. So, yes, I'm still at a 50-50 because there is the upside of significant innovations in tech that are there, that are multi-year beneficial to productivity. So yes, I'm still 50-50. The market is repricing now closer to 50-50, which is, I think, that's the correct thing for the markets to do.
We can add to that. I think there's a lot of faith at the moment, based on the conversations we've had so far this morning, Lisa, that many people still don't believe these tariffs even go on, and if they do, it won't last long. We've got these two key dates now. April 5th is tomorrow, so that's the baseline 10% tariff. April 9th is when you hear the 20 on the EU, 24 on Japan, 34 on China, and the big numbers on everybody else. Everybody thinks that we can negotiate something in between. I think they're scared at the moment that we won't. But if you go through all the research on Wall Street right now, the base case is this won't happen. And I wonder where that faith comes from.
At a certain point, there was this belief heading into this year that the Fed put was there and that the Trump put was there. To imagine that an administration would allow an economy to tank or a market to tank seems infeasible, and I think that's what a lot of people are looking at. If you put on top of that this question of where is the off-ramp for the tit-for-tat retaliation, how do we start to estimate the damage from that? It becomes a fool's errand to try to model out.
Wall
and I
Street
think a lot
fear
of people are
gauge
just
surges.
saying, look, we're just going to assume that's not going to happen.
Jeff, where does that faith come from in the market right now, that it's so bad it just won't happen?
I think, as you're pointing out, that faith, or as Mohammed was pointing out, I think that faith is being challenged day by day, and I think that's why you're seeing the market reactions. So I think the only path forward is to observe what this administration and the policies that it chooses to implement are. It's very impossible to forecast, but the 80-20 to 50-50 I think is right, and you see it in these market reactions.
Stephanie, how do you model this?
So we've definitely tried to model this a number of different ways. Base case, we've done the fool's errand approach and tried to model from a global perspective. What happens if we apply all of the tariffs? What happens if everybody else retaliates in kind, and then you get some offsetting factors?
What if? Chatadonia, how you feeling, baby? Good morning. Got a wild day. It looks a little better. Why? Because you haven't dumped, but I'm sure by the time we're done with all the news, you're going to see some weird reaction a couple minutes before the bell. But we got a big day at this point. All that really matters is Jerome Powell. This is a big day. He is talking about the economy, and whatever he says now, I mean, this is going to be very, very wild. So I hope you're ready for it. I hope you guys are locked and loaded. Again, we talked about a lot of this on the watch list. You could play it with futures in between then, but other than that, you should have had your plays already. We'll see where today leads. But again, man, this uncertainty, that's one thing. But now for certain, policy is at a crazy level right now. And until that gets negotiated down, we got to react to it. And look at bonds, already bringing down TLT. But I hope your morning is good. We're still on members only, so it's good, man. It's just us for now. I'm sure some people might be getting scared the longer we stay here, but let's get this out the way, and then we'll see where the world takes us. We'll see where the world takes us, but here is Josh AI with the news. Good morning. S&P 500 futures dive 3% as sell-off gains momentum. U.S. stocks futures tumbled, indicating another day of big losses on Wall Street, and bonds rallied as China kicked off the next stage of the global trade war with new tariffs on U.S. products. S&P 500 contracts fell 3%. Europe's stock 600 stock benchmark wiped out all gains for the year. Tesla Inc. and Intel Corp shed about 5% in pre-market trading. Oil prices fell to a 4-year low, and copper slid 5% on deepening fears of a sharp slowdown in global economic growth. Traders snapped up havens, driving 10-year Treasury yields below 3.90% to the lowest level since October. The dollar edged higher while yen and Swiss franc strengthened. While stock markets started the day in the red, the losses picked up pace after China's announcement of a 34% tariff on all imports from the U.S., matching the level of Trump's so-called reciprocal tariffs on Chinese products. It's more evidence that trade partners are wasting no time to hit back against the U.S. and further fans concern of a retaliatory spiral that could unleash damage on the global economy. It's unprecedented to see this in the second day in a row, said Anika Gupta, head of macroeconomic research at Wisdom Tree UK Limited. With China leading the way, we're likely to get more countermeasures being put in place by other economies. Right now for the market, you could compare it with catching a falling knife, she added. Next up for traders is the U.S. non-farm payrolls report, which is expected to show that the economy added 140,000 jobs, a slight slowdown from February. Meanwhile, traders further boosted their expectations for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates this year. Money markets are fully pricing 4 quarter-point reductions by year-end, with a 50% chance of a fifth, up from 3 cuts before the levies were announced. A quarter-point move by June is fully priced. With global financial markets still in a tailspin, bond investors will later turn to the monthly U.S. payrolls report and a speech by Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell for clues on the state of the U.S. economy and whether tariffs will shape the Fed's stance on easing it. The market is giving big thumbs down to this tariff policy. Ed Yardeni, president of Yardeni Research, said on Bloomberg TV, "I hope the message that the stock market is sending to the administration is being heard." Trump opened to tariff cuts in return for phenomenal offers. President Donald Trump said he was open to reducing his tariffs if other nations were able to offer something phenomenal, indicating that the White House was open to negotiations despite the insistence of some top officials. Trump, speaking on Air Force One on Thursday, broadly defended his tariff program despite a stock market meltdown, saying he was happy that interest rates were falling and believed that the economic turbulence would settle. The tariffs give us great power to negotiate, Trump said, adding that every country has called us so. Republicans debate hiking top tax rate to 40% for millionaires. Republicans are weighing the creation of a new bracket for those earning $1 million or more to offset some of the costs of their tax bill, a stark departure from decades of GOP opposition to tax increases. According to people familiar with the matter, deliberations have included a new top rate that would be around 39% to 40%, according to people familiar with the matter who have requested anonymity to discuss a matter that is still being negotiated. The tax plans are fluid and are still subject to change, the people caution. Officials in President Donald Trump's administration and allies on Capitol Hill are beginning to draft a tax package with the hopes of passing it within the coming months. Also under consideration is raising the top tax rate, currently set at 37%, for incomes greater than $626,350 to 39.6%. That idea, first reported by Axios, means the top rate would revert back to what former President Barack Obama signed into law. Top overnight news: Trump administration administration officials are assuring farm state Republicans they will funnel billions of taxpayer dollars to farmers who are hit by Trump's intensifying trade war, but it may be some time before any money is released. The administration wants to take stock of the economic fallout of the tariffs in the agriculture sector before rolling out aid, which will likely take several more months. Politico is while there have been expressions of displeasure, Republicans who could use their own votes to stop the new tariffs cold made clear they had no intention of acting anytime soon. I think most members on our side are very willing to give the president time, Arkansas Sen. John Boozman said, summing up the view of many GOP lawmakers who might have qualms about Trump's massive new levies, but showed little interest, at least for now in the near future, in doing anything concrete to restrain him. Politico. President Donald Trump on Thursday contradicted his top aides on the purpose of his sprawling new global tariff regime, adding to the uncertainty over the trade war that has sent markets reeling. Earlier in the day, top Trump aide Peter Navarro and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said the president was not looking to strike deals over the tariffs. This is not a negotiation, Navarro told CNBC, but after markets closed down sharply, Trump told reporters on Air Force One that he would be open to striking deals with individual countries. WAPO, U.S. Social Security faces thousands more job cuts. The Social Security Administration is drafting plans to begin layoffs of potentially thousands more employees as soon as next week. WAPO. China retaliated against the new U.S. tariffs, announcing a 34% levy on all American imports starting April 10th. Earlier, Donald Trump said he's open to negotiations if other nations can offer something phenomenal. BBG, President Trump's jumbo tariffs on China threatened to create a new problem for a global economy already stressed over trade, a $400 billion deluge of Chinese goods looking for new markets. OSJ. Japanese PM Shigeru Ishiba will meet opposition leaders today to discuss responses to the tariffs, which he said should be called a national crisis. BOJ Governor Kazuo Ueda said the U.S.'s move will weigh on growth. BBG. Traders now see the Fed cutting 100 BPS by year-end with a 50% chance of a cut in May. BBG. PayPal and Solana. New tokens on PayPal. Wow. There's more. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. S&P futures, they're down by 2.6 on Friday morning. Though off the worst levels, comes after a big Thursday sell-off that saw the S&P suffer its largest pullback in 5 years. Big tech, retail, apparel, accessories, private equity, credit, semis, airlines, travel, leisure, and energy. And defensives fared better with staples, grocers, and utilities among the bright spots. Treasuries rallying again with the curve bull flattening and yields down 13 to 15 basis points. 10-year yield earlier hit the lowest point since October. Dollars down by 0.2 after falling more than 1.5 yesterday. Gold down by 0.4. Bitcoin up by 0.8 and WTI down by 7, but off the worst levels. More risk off on global trade fears and adverse implications of corporate earnings and capex and hiring, with notable developments this morning. China retaliating with a 34% tariff on all U.S. imports starting April 10th. Uncertainty also a big issue with the mixed messaging from the Trump admin regarding president's openness to negotiate for tariffs fits with the seemingly divergent goals for tariff policy, as Trump has long waited to rebalance global trade and now wants revenue to fund fiscal priorities, while he's also talked about the idea of reciprocity. Uncertainty and not limited to trade, with more headlines about Republicans considering raising top tax rate to help fund TCJA extension and Trump's campaign promise. More skepticism and about reconciliation and any kind of fiscal impulse that could dampen the tariff fallout. Fed uncertainty, another high-profile theme given perceived reluctance to preemptive easing and the growth headwinds and inflation complications surrounding the tariffs. March, non-farm stronger than expected, rising 228 versus 130. Unemployment ticked up to 4.2 from 4.1. Average hourly earnings 0.3. No little sign of Doge impact showed up. Fed speak and focus post non-farms with Powell at 11:25, Barr at 12, and Waller at 12:45. When it comes to Powell, market seems to be looking for a reiteration of his recent comments about transitory impact of tariffs on inflation, though also expected to highlight recent Fed mantra about not needing to be in a hurry again. Quiet again in terms of corporate news. XOM 8K on quarter one earnings. PSX board called for simplification of company's portfolio, a thorough review of refinery and enhanced oversight of management. GEHC impacted by China anti-dumping investigation. CBOE and MKTX reported record March volumes. MP up better after China added 16 adjacent companies to export control list. A SHC subsidiary struck a deal to resolve multiple ethylene oxide claims. Fiven expects March quarter to be in line or better than guidance announced at workforce reduction. No way. That's it? Ah! All right, that's it, bro. Oh, I thought I had more headlines. No. Oh, yeah. That's it, bro. That's it. That's all I got for you. I know. That's it. Good morning. I have plays. It's honestly, there's only a couple, and then it's just a weird list of everything reacting down 5%. But T-Mobile is up. So here are your names that are green. I would watch these as we move forward. T-Mobile, Mondelez, XEL, AEP, FE, Dominion, Duke, ADP, KDP. Some of them are going to sell. Like the energy ones, I don't think they're going to hold up. But some of these might keep going. Then MP's up 12 in reaction to China export list. SDRL up 7. MODG's up 2. PAMT up 25. Selling tender offer. SGMO 20%. License agreement with Eli Lilly. JYD up 18. USAR up 14 in reaction to China export control on rare earth. Affirm down 10. GEHC, China's MOFCOM, initiates anti-dumping investigation. Estee Lauder down 8 on China sympathy. DD down 8. China SAMR opens antitrust probe into DuPont China. App down, confirms interest regarding TikTok. VST down 6. Goldman initiates neutral. Coherus down 6.3. Rosenblatt upgrade. Caterpillar down 6. APO down 6. All of these are just down 4% minimum, and they're huge. And then these are now all down same thing. 5% is the lowest one. So, yeah, these are just the computer. Because 5% is big, you guys. But this is how many names that are down 5% or more today. It's kind of crazy. And then NMTC common stock offering. LNZA, receipt of non-binding letter from holder. And then retail and apparel down. Metal and mining down. Semis down. Oil and energy. European and Chinese ADR. Woo! Ta-da! I do feel liberated, you know? So yesterday, man, who would have thought? I gave you guys a whole little rant on being ready. And I said, when you look at your long term, you better make up your mind. Does that sound vaguely familiar? Because now look at the market. Like I told you, if you aren't going to really stick to the goal, if you're not really going to follow through, your best deal to walk away was yesterday. Now look at what happens. Now you're already down another 2. Now you're down another 5. So you better make up your mind, but I do feel liberated. You know why? Some of you are going to get mad at this, and I don't like watching long terms go down, but it's a good thing sometimes. It allows people to get in. It allows good prices. But, yeah, man, I don't know. Although 401ks have gone down, you know, my account went down 10% in like 2 weeks, and we're still green. Amen. But here's the deal. I think people might start being able to afford houses and shit soon if this keeps going like this. I'm not mad at it. You know, although it's bittersweet, and I want you guys to have growing long terms, you've already had one for fucking 5 years. So in a weird way, I mean, you could be bothered by some of this, but I feel like it's really rich people who are losing more money than not. And eventually, you know, again, everybody wanted prices down. This is what comes with it. I always used to tell you that. Again, even with inflation, you know, when they were like, hey, you guys want free money? You should have asked what came with it, right? And then even when Donald Trump's like, you want lower prices? You should ask what comes with it. But at the end of the day, we're going to see. Well, no, I think overall, just like any economic shift, there is always a period of pain, and then we see whether you come out a winner or not. So I don't think it's everything, but in a weird way, I think it's bringing some nice needed balance. But for now, you know, that's the irony, is that although I'm calling it a nicely needed balance, how we gone about it was not nice and balanced at all. Hence, you do have now one of the highest base rates of tariffs since the 1800s or 1900s. Woo! But that being said, Chattadonia, we're mad early. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? You want to play Duck, Duck, Goose? We still do chest to the sun, baby. What up, Nyko? Good morning. Good to see ya. Vic Spikes says Fear Grips Market. Bro, I used to love Heads Up 7-Up. But it was sad because when I first learned how to play Heads Up 7-Up, I was a kid. I was in the first grade. And I remember we played that game and I loved it. But then I got home and I wanted to play it. And nobody in my family wanted to play it with me. So I was like, it's a bullshit-ass game. It's a bullshit-ass game, my man. You know what I'm saying? Because now I'm like, why do you even need so many people? It's just stupid. And then I got into the stock market because all you need is yourself. And that is the story of Josh Answers. Amen. Amen. That's it. I said, fuck. I said, I don't need nobody. I don't need no Heads Up 7-Up. Fuck Heads Up 7-Up. I said, I need 7 figures. And then that's it. I said, I don't have no one to play Heads Up 7-Up with. I got a brokerage. I didn't understand what a brokerage was at the time. I really didn't. I told you, my best story, I got so sad. I was 14 years old, 13 years old. And I first discovered shorting a stock. And I read it. I was reading about it. And it said you have to borrow a stock. And I got so sad. Because I was like, dude, I don't know anybody who has stocks. Because I was used to borrowing people's video games. That's what we used to do. You go to your neighbor's house, he would give you the disc or the cartridge, and you give him one, and you guys would share. You know what I'm saying? So that way, because nobody had $60. Like, what the fuck are you saying? And then, yeah, long story short, though, when it came to stocks, I was like, dude, I don't know anybody who owns a stock. How am I going to be able to borrow one? I was like, it took me years to understand it, bro. It was insane. It was insane. Should you wait? I think little by little, my plans have not changed for everybody. I would go slow and space it out and let your portfolio speak to you. Because even 20K, if your account is $200,000, I don't know if you should be buying, but if your account is $25,000, then yeah, you should be buying. So it depends on a lot of things. All righty. Well, is that it? I think that's it. I think we should do the pledge, and then I think we might move on over, but it's so early. Long-term alerts gonna awake. They might. I don't know. Like I said, right now, I love some of the deals now. Some things I think are objectively bargain binned, but then you have weird uncertainty. And then for me personally, I just still have a little bit of cash. That kind of sucks. Oh, I'm feeling blessed today. I'm feeling great. That's it. I had a good leg day yesterday. We got good plays. We talked about all of this. And yeah, I don't know. The volatility feels like home. Feels like home. But Chattadonia, there's something more important than all of it. Did you know that? Did you know? For real, man. And this is why I'm excited, Let's see what happens one of these days, man. I wish, man. I know a lot of people at work last time. But one of these days, man, I think there will be an opportunity for a home or really good stocks. And if anybody, especially when it comes to a house, if anybody is going to walk away with a home this cycle, it better be you, my veterans. I will be here to serve you as you have already served me in my freedom. Okay, I don't even want anything. I just want you to get a good home at a good deal. And that speaks testament to what we do every day here, man. For real, I am very appreciative of everybody in this country who has honored it with love and respect and has fought for my freedom. I am a pacifist. However, I know honor when I see it. I know a real one when I see it. And God bless, because look at that. I could walk around with my bitch-ass moral high ground because somebody else came before me and already did the dirty work. Yes or no? Exactly, man. So I honor my veterans, And I'm so grateful for you guys, for real. And every single one of you listening, if you have not served, if you have not embedded this into your core yet, what are you doing? It doesn't make any sense. Do not walk around this earth on this land and not understand the blessing you have been given by your fellow brothers and sisters. So on that note, man, veterans, active service, the families, thank you for everything you have given. You know that for real, man. You guys deserve it, and let's go. It's not over yet. We have a lot of things, and I think y'all got a lot of things coming your way. And at bare minimum, thank you for giving up so much for the freedom of others that you both know and do not know. So God bless the veterans, baby. God bless their families. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local community. Doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men. Anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank y'all. But, ladies and gentlemen, please, Raj, place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the digits! Always game time, baby. Horn. Oh, I'm hyped, baby. But I'm calm. You guys might need therapist, Josh. One more. I told you. I already noticed some of the cracks yesterday. You know, day one of downturn. I already saw mother effers. They're like, I'm not going to lie. The long term, it does look scary. I'm not going to lie. Oh, shut up. You knew this. Now, day number 2, somebody's going to quit. You know that, right? You know that, right? Somebody quits today. I rest their soul, man. I don't know if they feel me, bro. Do you understand? Oh, and then the next, this is it. It's either Black Friday or this is you got fucking faked out Friday. Oh, but someone quits today and somebody starts. That's what happens at 10% in a couple days, bro. I'm just saying. I'm not here to lie to you. That's it. Some people are. They made a lot of money off of it. Bloomberg. But at the end of the day, it's game time, baby. God bless you. All right. Should we free them or should we not free them? Should we just stay? Should we just stay members only all day and add to the uncertainty? Because right now there's 1,200 of you. Yesterday there's like 7,000. We could leave 6,000 people. If you really want to, we could just lock them out. In college, go, shh. And then that means uncertainty will be higher. Gem Pop is going to... That's the thing, though. The chat is already here, but... So you're not going to get too many calls. But yeah, Gem Pop will be wild today. That's it. Even then, watch. The members who wake up at 10 a.m. are going to come in. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to be like, you freaking ridiculous. You voted for this. I told you that. I was impressed. I'm not going to lie. For real, bro. For like a Democratic ass, like liberal ass, you know? I was very impressed. He woke his ass up at 5 a.m. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know what? I've dealt with a lot of liberals. They usually message me at 3 a.m. because they didn't go to bed because they're on a manic bender. But I was like, 5 a.m. I'll give it to you, bro. Okay, it's impressive. But it's not impressive because he didn't watch yesterday's Watchlist. Because imagine, like, 12 hours ago, we literally talked about everything. And then he's like, Trump's up on her. I'm like, bro, we have UVXY. We got TLT. Bro, I'm on YouTube, and I was just telling people for 3 months, wait for it. Wait for it. So, yeah, baby. Celebrating your 38th birthday. Wow, and 4th with the Chad. Happy birthday, big dog. That's a beautiful age. 38, man. That's it. You on the come up. That's it. You got time. A couple more years, you're going to be like, nah, man, I'm in my 40s. 40's the new 10. Ask Joe Biden, because 80's the new 20. So I don't know how the translation works. Harvest is plenty. The workers are few. Lock in. Let's go. Amen. All right, baby. You turned 35 on Sunday. Let's go, baby. Happy birthday as well. All right. So what do you guys want to do? Should we let him in or no? Do you want me to let you guys vote? Or should we flip a coin? Or should we just be nice and let him in? Oh, it's just we're so early. Look, we're so early. We have time. Because I said I was down to give away a lot of money today too, but then I don't think we will. This market got a little too crazy. Vote, coin, let him in. I just want the legs. You're going to have 12K today? I don't give a fuck. I don't like it when you show up later. You know what I'm saying? Where was you at when the money was gone? You know, that's how I feel about it. Of course, you want to copy my homework at this moment. But yeah, I like the real ones. I remember y'all were shooting with me in the gym. Every watch list, I'm practicing at nighttime. Shooting my fucking free throws in the gym. Who was with me? Who was with me or not, huh? Every day. Every fucking day. Shooting. Suicides. Every day. Every fucking day. Were you in the gym or not? Oh. We'll free him. We'll free him. Let's have a game though. I want to have fun. But now it might be too serious to have fun. So it's okay. I'll go buy a Lamborghini. What? How the fuck did what? Josh, no, that's not. I didn't what? I'm just kidding. You should buy a house. You should save your money. If we get deflation, we're fucked. You know that, right? What the heck is this? But yeah, I'll leave you with that. Okay? I'll leave you with that, and now we free them. Get ready for Gen Pop, Chad. Yalla! I buy the high. Bro, I'm telling you, I would have already bought that car if it didn't have an electric engine in it. Believe me. I would have bought it if it wasn't some hybrid ass. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, my liberal sister texted me. Oh, yesterday. She said, do I get dividends? Oh, man. She's so confused because she hates Trump, and all I did was make her money. You know what I'm saying? So she has no idea what's fucking happening in reality. You know what I'm saying? Because imagine being like a liberal, and she hates Trump, bro. My sister hates Trump, like many of your sisters. And, bro, but now imagine every time she log in, and then the news is telling her it's so bad. But then she just log in her account. She's the most money she's ever had. I'm like, oh, come on. Oh, it's so confusing for her. I could only imagine. That's a good song. You know that? I might make you listen to that. You guys know? I could only imagine. Come on, worship team. No? Okay, now you get propaganda instead.
The struggle is with the strategy for this
BRB.
week. When you see tariffs like 46% on Vietnam, when you see retailers get absolutely hammered, you can take a step back and just acknowledge that the weight differential between what you can earn in Vietnam and what you can earn in the United States is just too large, that those companies will have to accept the tariff, won't be able to move manufacturing back to the United States, and they'll have to do something about costs, which will damage the retailer on the ground on Main Street in America. It's the rollout of this strategy that people are really struggling with. Madam Secretary, how can you guarantee that these retailers won't just be laying people off and putting up prices? In what world are they going to move manufacturing from Vietnam and start making sneakers in the United States?
Well, I can tell you this. What we saw at the Rose Garden just 2 days ago was the president talking to the American worker. We saw who was in the audience. We saw the American worker there. Supporting President Trump. That's who he campaigned to. That's who he believes in. That's who I believe in. These companies are going to repatriate. They are going to onshore back to the United States. We want fair trade agreements for our American businesses here as well. That's what the president does best. I can tell you this, he is a master negotiator, and he can teach a master class in that. And I can tell you the people who were in that audience were excited. They were cheering him on, and they are supportive of that. I will continue that effort. I will be on the ground across this country to make sure that the president knows what's happening on the ground, and we can continue to have positive growth for those business owners who are on the ground, because I do understand that they put their blood, sweat, and tears into the businesses that they have, and the American worker as well. We're going to protect all of them.
They put their blood, sweat, and tears into the ground as well. The American farmer's got to confront this headline this morning that China's announcing an extra 34% tariff on U.S. goods. What's your message to them?
Well, our farmers and ranchers and producers deserve our attention as well. I'll be working with the Ag Secretary along with President Trump to make sure that they have the necessary things that they need to make sure that we are competitive on the world stage. America is number one. It will continue to be number one. And I'll do everything I can to support those farmers and ranchers and producers with the American
as the
workers and the
Secretary of
workforce that
Labor,
they need
so
to get the job done.
So
she works for Trump. That's why
April
she's
5th,
not
baseline tariffs go in.
sounding like
April
that.
9th, the bigger tariffs go on.
I
The
could
day after
only
China threatens to retaliate.
imagine.
You're the face of the administration today. Are there any negotiations taking place this weekend?
I'm sorry, you guys. I
at a high
get
level
get like
between
hella
China
calm, and then I
United
scream.
States?
So I don't know what this
Well,
feels
I would
like
imagine
for
the
you.
president is on. Listen, President Trump works nonstop. That is why he built a formidable team like myself and the rest of the secretaries to do our job and support him. We will continue to do so. I would imagine that the president is continuing to have these conversations because he wants to protect the American worker and the American business. We're going to make America wealthy again. You heard him say it, and I'm going to help him do it.
Righty. Well, Chad, 4 minutes till the bell. That's it. You avoided a bullet because literally the non-farms weren't bad. So that was really good. But I don't think people care about it. All they care about now, China retaliation, and you have literally Jerome Powell here in about, an hour, give or take. So get ready for it. It's going to be fun. Jerome Powell live at 11:25 a.m. Eastern. Wow! So, yeah, it's going to be fun. But we got about 3 minutes. If you got any plays, now is your time to post them. So we'll see what you do, baby. Liberation Day. I can only imagine. Trump, China played it wrong. They panicked. Oh, I mean, it's kind of crazy that they did it. I'm telling you, what do we got, though? VIX puts, DE puts, Target back to 2019. Let's go. Nike long-term, holding 523 SPY put. Isn't that crazy? That one Philo SPY put is $10 in the money. I can't believe it, bro. I can't effing believe it. All of these, man. Yeah, Trump is reacting. They overplayed. No, that's it. There's going to be another comment soon. So watch out there. You got about 2 minutes. All I'm watching is TLT, UVXY, bonds, SPY, gold, and then China and Apple. That's it. We already have our plays. I'm in TLT. And then UVXY. I think UVXY is really the one to watch right now. I have a shit ton of them. But we're going to see how that one plays out. Again, if you held the UVXY from the day before, you are literally $20 in the money. So make it free. Do whatever you want. I mean, there's going to probably either be a wicked bounce today or a very wicked sell-off. It is either going to be the damn Black Friday, or this is going to look like Black Friday, and then we're going to walk ourselves back from the edge. So I don't say that like I know the future. I say that where a lot of you have been with me. We have witnessed these days before. You know what I'm saying? So let's see where it takes us. But at the end of the day now, you've broken levels. The fear is high. You avoided some of the data, but, you got a lot to work through on these 7 hours and on a big expiration. It should be Gen Pop. Everybody should be open now. I have opened up the floodgates. So glad you guys are here. Like the video. If you want me to open up the Chad, then you're gonna. And if you want the news wire, you got to do something for me. So you tell me what you got for me. I don't know, spam Reddit or something. I don't know, or we play a game. We could do trivia. I don't know, but we'll have fun a little later. But it's probably gonna open wild. We got less than a minute, baby. So let's go. Uh-huh. Yeah, Nvidia below 100. Ooh. Deutsche Bank CEO says tariff raids odds of German recession. Oh, I think there is a Bloomberg trivia today. Yep. All right, man. Let's get it. Less than 30 seconds. Call out any plays and be careful. I'm going to call out premium for you guys, but you remember yesterday, this is one of those days now you are gapping down a large amount. You know what I'm saying? So it's not going to be easy to trade intraday. You're going to really just have to make your mind up, okay? So good luck. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. I could only imagine. I already sent you out the plays, yeah. All right. Woo! UVXY fucking, oh, dude, I'm up a shit ton. All right, let me get some money back. I just got to pay for a couple of calls, and then I'm holding the rest of them. I just made a fuck ton. Sorry to tell you, but it's on the stream alert. Hold on, though. Yeah, the spreads are wide. I can only imagine. All right. Oh, the TLTs. That one's weird. The TLTs barely moved. Ooh, that one's very interesting. That means, yo, TLT, these plays are either going to die or come back to life. So there's some weeklies out of the money that aren't too insane yet. That was a pretty big pop here to open up. So that's already moving a lot of things around. Even then, that already slashed 20% in some. And then the HYGs are up 500%. That one worked. Still a little light. And then even J&J is up. So watch, TLTs are kind of odd. Just like yesterday, the premiums are lower but higher. So pretty much I'm up like 50 to 100%. It just all depends on the bid and the ask. But you're lagging behind on some of the out of the monies. Near the money's moved. Amazon's on the high. All right, then there's Nike, CME again. They have very good trading volume. Low ticker gas in. The UVXY is still up. All right. Nope. All right. You're holding a little bit. All right. Those TLTs are moving now. That's what I'm saying. It's really weird. That right there just doubled them up. So TLT, you got a little bit of an opportunity. I don't know how it'll hold and trade all day. I'm just saying off the morning, they lagged a little bit. I didn't move on it yet, but I was just noticing it. All right. So 5251. Jesus loves you all. And then low ticker's still active. Again, cash open. We are not out of the woods. I mean, literally 5180, 5200. You might go 5204. But yeah, dude, every level is at 5100. I don't even think we stay at 5200. You either have to bounce or this dies. All right, I sold a decent amount of UVXY. I just got to pay for all my other plays. So now I'm holding. I love it. All right, decide now, because like I'm saying, I sold a little too early yesterday, but if you have a play that could pay for all of your calls, that's generally the idea here. That's why I sold some of them. I still have them, but I wanted to take some off the table so that way we can actually get a little bit more, but then make sure that a winner does not turn to a loser. Because we did a couple of straddles, so pay for the calls. Okay, TLT starting to move now. That's it. You had your little window, and now it's gone. Because now I'm saying now they're doubling up and holding on the bid. But that's what I was telling you there. There's like a really, really weird window that you got. And then again, we have Jerome Powell here in about, 2 hours? Okay, SPY lower. Keeps going. Okay, we already got rid of those. All right, I sold the TLTs, bro. I know it sounds weird. I like that play a lot, but I think I need a reposition. I'm going to take 100%. So, because that'll pay for some shit. I think they're going to fuck with bonds a little bit. But that, we're going to come back to TLTs today. But for now. And then again, the HYGs are hitting too. So that's another weird way to play the bonds if you think about it. Oh, shit. Those old Apple puts came up. Oh, shit. You guys remember we did that scammy Apple? I forgot about that one. I was out of the money. Those are only up 50, though. So here's the deal. That Apple play, I'll hold like 2 of them. I'm going to sell most of them, though. But like low-key, that play, if we dump, those will make money. If not, that play is way too overvalued for what it is. Yeah, long-dated calls will go up. That's how much volatility you have. All right, sold that Apple. Takes, again, so just taking profits right now and paying and holding. All right, TLT still going. I might have whiffed that one. I think I could get it cheaper down the line, but don't listen to me because if I'm wrong, that's just going to run to the high heavens. We need closer to the money on TLT. That's the problem. That's why I got out. I was on a daily. So if any one move down, my money's gone. All right, SPY going down. Pepsi on the high. Shout out the values. I don't think my play's going to come back. Oh, it is. Fuck. Damn, that expires today. Oh, I hate this play. Because this play, I wouldn't sell it when it would go up. But now it's up. So you got to decide if you still have that Pepsi. Oh, yeah, we might go in the money. Fuck. All right, SPY going lower. Oh, those Intels. Yo, those Intels are still green. That's insane. So you remember that Intel call from yesterday? They're still green. So either that means something's going to happen or you take advantage of those while the premium's still juicing. All right. The VIXs won't go up more than where I was in the morning. So they're 20% higher than where I made free, but like I'm saying, it's at an interesting level. And then SPY down 2.8. So 5231, like I'm telling you, bro, sadly, most of the levels are 5100. That's what I was saying. I don't really see a 52 something level. And then Apple and Pepsi. So watch, you got value going up. J&J, that flipped red though. Interesting. XLP is trying to climb. That one's still kind of up. Damn, those scammers. That might be the only way. Now that I think about it. All right, MO barely green. That's Apple's ripping. I'm trying to see. I forgot about some of these plays. They expire today, but they have a lot of value. So I'm worried about. Amazon. All right, bonds coming down a little bit. Alrighty, hold on. Yeah, but Lennar on the high, and Apple keeps ripping, but they're just scamming heavy on this. XLP, I was looking at that one too. MO values are all going crazy. Those Pepsis are about to launch. Woo. All right, dude, value's all going. I need to do something with these. All right. I'm out of all my UVXYs. I got a bag. I'm going to double dip. I just don't like when they expire. Baba flush, yep. All right, I got a different play. I swapped out the UVXY for something else. Like I said, my play was on the daily. I'm almost in the money on it. It made like 700%. So took that, paid for everything and some. And then now I got a good double dip. Unless I just bought the wrong play. No, I didn't. I'm good. All right, still going lower. Let's see, though. Maybe we get lucky. Are you guys ready for this one? Oh, I'm not good. Never mind. I see. Remember I told y'all yesterday? I told y'all yesterday, and Homeboy started tripping, though. So never mind. I'm sorry. I found one little penny daily gamble that I moved to. Drip index on the rise. All right, baby. All righty. Again, Jerome Powell's when? We still got another 2 hours. Then why don't we get one of these? AT&T on the high. No word on the TikTok buyout, but again, this level of reaction by China today, it's big. I said it on the Watchlist last night. I don't think people realize, Donald Trump, he's talked so nice, but at the end of the day, what he just did to China was very, very aggressive. And that's why I think he really wants TikTok, but now he's talking farmland and all of this. They're responding. I think the situation is getting worse rather than better. So you're going to have to see. Oh, fuck yes. You guys remember those Live Nation puts? And I was like, I don't want to sell them because I want to hold a put. Yeah, they ended up hitting. So, yeah, I'm going to sell those now. Fuck yeah. All right, yeah, those sold, bro. 20 cents to almost $1. So sell them because that was the one we bought on the executive order one. And remember yesterday I was like, dude, they have value, but it was like break even. I was like, I need to hold a put. You guys got the last one, right? Yeah. All right, watch this SPY. Watch bonds, too. So, again, just like yesterday, the bonds are lagging behind heavy, bro. In an odd way, they're still it. And like I was telling you, either the VIX was going to pop or it was going to die is what it was telling us. And now, sure enough, look at the VIX today. So, watch the bonds, though. I still think TLT is going to be an odd one. Okay, the Pepsis too. Those are like about to be in the money. Well, I want my shitload. Love you, Josh and Chair. Blessings all blessings. Amen, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Have a good one, boys. Your Tesla, nice. Where is Tessie? LYV, that's popping again. I just sold those. Meta with a nice candle. It seems like a lot of things got a little bit of a move. Remember, those Intel plays are up. That's the weird part. So you hit 5208, though. I don't like that because now you're still 8 points away from testing the 5200. But I don't know. Compared to yesterday, I feel like yesterday you didn't have like a V like this. You see what I'm saying? You had that way, way later in the day. So you have Jerome Powell coming on in a little, but look, I can't remember the last time we went fucking vertical like that in this week at least. So that move is kind of interesting. Yeah, VIX coming down and bonds, but intraday even watch, see if we VWAP project or not. And then again, value was ticking up. What time is it? It's only 17 minutes. So, yeah, I'll get you guys an update here in a little bit on the movers. But, yeah, it's still mad early, big dog. Dude, HYG. That was a banger, bro. That hit. We have a little bit of time on it. Whoa, look at that move. Nice. Oh, there's so much volume on HYG. It's insane. All right, watch out. SPY calls bounced really good on that, but now they're starting to slow down. Apple and Amazon on the high. Again, we were able to get out of those plays. Pepsi, though, and Staples coming down. Is that NVIDIA off the bottom? Dude, NVIDIA's below 100. When was the last time we saw this? That's a scary price for some people. Yeah, bro, last time you saw this was the flash crash. That's it. And then beginning of 2024. All right, it's kind of slowing down, though. Bonds coming down. Watch out. That's it. I think you either get past VWAP and open and then it melts, or this is just going to fade again. It's very odd. It's only odd because you went right down to the level, left enough room to retest it, but then I'm telling you, this little bounce, kind of aggressive compared to what we've seen the last few days. All right, I think we chill. So we took profits. We got our cheaper plays out there now. I rolled over to some other stuff that was lighter, and then that's it. Retail investors bought 4.7 billion stocks on Thursday. Largest level over the past decade, JP Morgan says. So retail bought the dip yesterday at the largest rate in 10 years, and then we gapped down 3% again. No commodities right now, but they may go. But at this point, even oil's down 7%, 8%. Like, oil's about to hit 50. If anything, commodities, this is, like I told you, though, as long as commodities stay down, I don't think you're going to get inflation. But now, if that keeps plummeting, it might start to just look like demand dying. So I don't think commodities will rip like that, or agriculture. Again, I know people think all prices will go up, but at this point, you are starting to just get a lot of demand destruction type headlines and information and data. So we'll see, but that sometimes can be a false signal. But hopefully you get the general vibe. Yeah, bro, if you got an oil short, that would have been great. Whirlpool on the low. Look at this SPY. It's just chilling now because this is big, bro. Because if you could really quickly get away from here and start running, that'll be a very good sign. But if this just dribbles down, you're doing what you've done every other day and making this slow move down. You get what I'm saying? That's what you got to watch out for. You do not want that to happen because if it's slow, the premiums, they get weird, and then you're going to end up another % or two lower. But then even if it bounces, though, it's going to scam a lot of puts. So just head on a swivel, man. We could go any direction right now. A lot of volume, a lot of momentum. Yeah, a lot of values on the low, though. Hold on, bro. I'm seeing tech rip and a lot of value on the low. Give me 8 minutes, but yeah, bro, look, Google's about to go green. You might get a Mag 7 rip. It has to stay. So, yeah, I don't know, but tech is ripping. Make no mistake. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of odd now because we're watching a little bit of a pull apart. Oh, those Apple puts, I got 2 of them still. They're still up. Why? Apple's ripping. I'm going to sell the last 2. Remember I told you those ones from a couple minutes ago? I'm going to sell the rest of them. But I don't know why that's still holding. All right, but SPY's moving up. All right, you're running. More tech. Oh, and 2, you guys know Asia is like closed. There's a lot of holidays in Asia. So I don't know if that's it, but there's a lot of places closed. Look at bonds dropping now. Again, TLT mollywopped. Those little scammers. Once again, TLT. It did good, though, today, but as you could see, this is moving like normal. Meanwhile, you open up the chart, it looks like this thing just broke. But watch out for that because that's going to play with Trump with Powell. Apple, Amazon. Yeah, they're all moving, bro. Let's see what happens. The ordinary. What up, baby? What up, Valid? Welcome. Trump arrives at International Golf Club as stocks plunge for second day. Airbnb at 106? Ooh. I do like the low hundreds. This might be it, man. It sucks, bro. Everything is so... It's getting so good. But then I also want to, like, wait. Just because I don't have a lot of cash. All right, hold on. It's still dancing. Bro, calls are getting more expensive. This is weird. And then value's moving around now. So watch. I think you're going to go in legs. I think you're going to go tech, and then tech's going to stop, and then value's going to go. And then value's going to stop, and then tech's going to go. And then it's going to lead to something. Intel, yeah. We still have plays. I might get rid of them. Our Intel plays are back to break even now. That's hilarious. So the stock is down 7 and your play is back to break even. So the premiums are still embedded in that Intel play, sadly. Or good if you want, if you still like it. All right, utilities dropping. Watch, though. Honestly, your next big thing that's going to be bad is if value and tech starts to go down at the same time. And that might start to happen right now. Watch bonds. This might be either last call or it's going to be a fake and then die and go to 1%. I hope you understand that. Either this is last call on TLT for the day or it's going to go down and sell another 0.5% if this doesn't do anything. So make no mistake. Again, you have Powell here right around the corner. Why are more people bullish on rate cuts for May? Is the inflation due to tariffs? Well, it's because the economy is doing bad. And look at the market dumping. They're pretty much assuming that Trump or mainly Powell will step in. But I wouldn't get too caught up following those. Like I said, just too many things are changing too fast. It's not really reliable. Right now, it's just really more about how do people respond to policy and what policy do we end up with? Like I was saying yesterday, how high of a rate do we end at and how long does it stay duration of where we're at now? Other than that, it's going to be about eventually either the data or the results kind of showing that. Arquite, yeah, certain value ones are good. We should be shopping, though, for the long term, so I'm not going to lie. Nike, UPS, I really, really like these. I like UPS because the dividend, but then I don't know how I feel about shipping. Nike, 3% almost. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. What is this? You're getting a little bit of a wick. Target. Bro, UPS is almost a 7% dividend. Microsoft now. Google, even a little bit of GME. GME is just going up. There's a lot of money on tech right now, bro. I'm telling you, all these tech stocks keep just getting a bid. Nice. Okay. Those little scammers. Bro, I bottom tick the SPY call so perfectly and it won't go up. But I'm rolling one over right now. All right. I sold that other SPY call from the bottom, and I rolled it over. Beautiful. But I made sure I had till tomorrow now. Not a recommendation. But beautiful. All right. We good, baby. We good. That's it. Let's see. Look at the TLT, though. That's not going to hold if this keeps running. Like I said, either last call or we're just going to go down another 0.5% until pow. All right. There's Apple. XLP. That one's odd. You mean Monday? Yeah. All right. Well, see. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. And follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. Woo! Propaganda.
We are 30 minutes into the trading day. Welcome to Bloomberg.
It's only been 30 minutes.
I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Katie.
I got to get you guys to check up.
Is on assignment, and coming up on Open Interest, the carnage continues. Stocks plunge as President Trump doubles down and blasts China for retaliating against his sweeping tariff plan. A strong labor data print did little to mitigate anxiety about the impact of the trade war. Fed Chair Jerome Powell takes stage next hour. And Wall Street rips up its playbook. We'll hear from billionaire Howard Marks of Oaktree Capital today on Open Interest. All that and more coming up. Let's get a check on these markets right now. As I said, carnage. You can see the S&P 500 down 2.8%. We're off the lowest levels of the session, but still shaping up to be the worst week since March 2020. Take a look at the NASDAQ 100. Big tech has really been in the crosshairs of a lot of this damage, down about 2.7%. There's still a bid coming into the bond market, but it's been lessening throughout the morning. But nevertheless, the 10-year Treasury yield right now still below 4%, Matt Miller, a bit of about 8 basis points, bringing the yield down.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that Howard Marks interview because he's a distressed debt investor, right? And every time in recent memory that we talk to him, he says things aren't bad enough to buy, but I wonder if now is the time. And I think a lot of viewers are wondering the same thing. Is it time to buy? Let's talk a little bit about the economy, though. Keep it separate in some ways from the markets. Claudia Sahm joins us, chief economist at New Century Advisors. She's a former economist for the Federal Reserve. She developed, obviously, the Sahm rule that we talk about all the time, helping us to identify the beginnings of a recession. Claudia, I wonder if you're looking at a recession now because of the tariffs. And of course, we got good jobs numbers out, but the unemployment rate ticked up a little bit. How do you think economists are viewing what we're seeing happening right now from the White House?
Right, so I think this past week with the announcement of tariffs that take us up to 100-year levels of tariffs, if those go in place and stay in place for any period of time, it will be very difficult for the U.S. economy to avoid a recession. Now, we're not in a recession now, and I think, today's employment report tells us, we've got some resilience, we've got some good news on our side, but we are talking about what is essentially a major tax increase that will be hitting the U.S. economy very quickly.
Well, I need another carbo.
That's a lot for us to buffer.
Well, so all my trades show up later. It just said it just alerted my other trades from like 30 minutes ago.
Moment in time.
I want to get your thoughts on stagflation.
Not on the stream alerts,
because
on
in
my
addition to recession, we're hearing more and more about stagflation. There was a really interesting note out from Ian Lingen over at BMO saying that it's difficult not to have a stagflation light scenario as our departure point. Claudia, what's your take?
I would agree with that. And to be clear on the term, we are likely to see inflation move up, right? So the CPI release next week, that's probably going to be the best one we get for a while, right? And so with the tariffs going into place, the price level will move up. We'll see inflation go up. Then there's, at the same time, it's a hit, it's a tax, taking away disposable income, and you're going to see growth slow. So that's the stagflationary impulse we talk about. We shouldn't think back to the 70s, double-digit unemployment, double-digit inflation. That is not what we are facing. But it's a very tricky situation where you're getting hit on both sides in terms of less growth, less employment, and more inflation. Now, I think the inflation piece...
No, bro, you're right. That's what I do think is ironic. That you have heard about Trump tariffs and then inflation, and then technically this result is deflation, but everybody's still like batshit confused about it. So welcome That's why it's going to get very, very tricky moving forward because everyone is worried and about a lot of different things, and then the ending up result is kind of you get everything you're scared of. We're chilling here, still near the lows. The first move from the first 20, 30 minutes, that's literally where you're at right now. Bonds have given up a lot more. But now we're still waiting on Powell in the next hour and 20 minutes. So until then, we'll see. I know, literally, bro. Oil is about to hit a 5 handle. And you have car companies trying to tell you should pay $5,000 more for your Kia. I don't get it. But then again, this is all just the beginning. We have a lot more, baby. A lot more in store. All right, this is killing some premium, but I haven't gotten washed yet. So I had a couple plays not as good, but I think they're all in play for today. Everything we've done today, I already took a shit ton of profit, and now we wait. Oh, Walmart. Where is that play? Don't tell me that's this week, is it? Yeah, I fucked up on that. I had a lot in there. But if that goes, we'll be good. All right, you're moving down all of a sudden. Whoa, 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 whoa. ON. Oh. God bless everybody. Chris. Thank you, my friend. All right, you're starting to move. Bonds lagging. Bonds are not reacting to this, bro. So just hold on. You got to literally let, this is a different fear. It's half of yesterday. Gold is selling off now. Whoa. All right, watch out. Hold on. Like I'm saying, I need bonds to get a fat bid, but if gold sells off right now, somebody might be getting liquidated. Watch out for that, unless it pairs up with news. So you're going towards the lows, but yeah, that gold move is hella weird. I think that's odd. Odd. And then, real estate is running? Oh, yeah, that's the one I wanted to look at. Yeah, very weird. All right. Yeah, I don't like the gold moving down, just like yesterday. Because that's telling you something. When there's this much fear in gold dropping, that's not fear. That's somebody losing money. That means somebody has to sell gold. Okay, you're approaching the first set of lows from today. See where this leads. HYG still holding. I got a crazy idea, but I can't find a cheap play for it. Look at though, bonds are waiting on Powell. That sucks. UVXY back to open, which is crazy because that still means we're right below 40. But yeah, look at the bonds though. Big move, UVXY moving with it, but that's I think that could even match up with the gold thing too. A-Res. I want it, but I'll just stream alert it for you. Thank you. Your long term's down. You know it's temporary, but just venting. So here's the deal. I appreciate you, but I don't want any long-term venting in here. We've already done this before, you guys. That's it. Why? Because somebody may be weaker than you, and they're going to take your venting and use it as an excuse to be a little baby back bitch. I've seen it too many times. So very simple. You ride it or you quit like I told you. You have had all warnings. I don't want to hear it. You don't have to tell anybody. And like I said yesterday, you would have got a better deal if you made up your mind. So that's all it is. But try not to spread fear or to sow doubt or discord. I will not tolerate that. As I'm telling you, you know what I'll tolerate. I'll do it right in front of you. And we'll buy the dip. You'll watch me go cash right before. We'll be great. But anything but complaining and crying and venting, fuck that. But I love you. I don't take it personally. I'm just letting you know. Look at Bonza. And then, it's doing it again, though. Value names are starting to climb. Except for the XLP, but some. It's very, very small. All right, well, you're hitting a new low. They fucking scammed all the premiums, bro. So I'm glad I took profits on some. I double dipped. They scamming heavy on TLT, but you knew that was coming. But even then, this whole move is just slowing down all of the premiums. You're not getting like a fear move now that it's delayed like that. Do you see what I'm saying? Spot gold is down 2%. All right, man, the liquidation might be in play. All right, you're starting to go down now. Flushing, new low, big red. Or bigger, not really big red, but bigger low of momentum. You're down 3.7 now. Cambodia lowering tariffs? Well, that'll be good if they get it lower. But yeah, GLD, look at staples. Now TLT starting to move. And value. Bro, O just keeps climbing. This is the weirdest one. So again, it's not like, just like yesterday, there's still an element where not total fear is spreading, but I mean, today's pretty bad. Yeah, look at the tech. They came down. St. Gobain said to halt $2.5 billion auto glass sale amid rout. All right, see, honestly, you need premiums to pop. You want to see if volatility premium pops. If it doesn't, though, then this is just going to be high premium. You got to go between the margins on some of these SPY plays. Powell could either talk it up or down. Again, Powell rate cut odds, or if he shows any fear or anything, we'll see. All right, one more low. I saw Estee Lauder. I saw everything. So, yeah, I'm very, very well aware of everything going on. Every play, every stock. So, it's just a matter of deciding at this point. Deer on the high. And then there's DuPont. All right, man. They hate you, bro. Can't believe the bond move. So, this is terrible. Now, every time Donald Trump, he has to pay the consequence of the market going down and hearing everybody. But now he's getting nothing for it, bro. The bonds aren't moving at all. Yeah, flow tickers. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to get you, the checkup. A couple of names are turning one by one. That's what I'm saying. There's I see names holding up. So that's why I'm like, although it's 4% again, there's just a couple of things that are still there that are yeah, UVXY breaking out now. Let's see. The premiums are dead, though. So watch. I want fear premium to come back. Once that happens, then it's going to start getting crazy. Kind of. It's going lower. You could use debit spreads, too, or even sell some premium. But, yeah, you're near the low of the day, 518. 5201. So this is what I was telling you. I remember in the morning I was like, bro, there's no level at 5200. Everything's like 5180, 5198, 517, and then 5119. So that's it. We're just getting now into the lows of the flash crash. This is the big level. 5191 is going to be a straight shot down to 5,000 pretty much. You know, at 80 and 90, you'll get some support, but that's it. We either, if you can't hold, we flush. If we hold, then this is enough. I mean, it's 8% in 2 days. Anarchist. You got put in timeout for asking about USO puts, and then you got unbanned, and then you complain. I should have banned you. I shouldn't have timed you out. Have a good one. Good morning. Really? I mean, it's not that bad. We were saying that the other day, the percentage-wise, but like I'm saying, the level of fear introduced by some of the actions yesterday were large, undeniable. But now, too, it's still like I've seen people freak out way more over, way less over, way bigger, or vice versa. Because, again, this is 10% isn't that much, but the way it's happened and now what's going to happen, it just makes it so much more difficult. All right, one set of fear premiums on the VIX is moving. Other set is dead. So, again, there's the VIX right there. That's just ripping now. Watch if we get back up to 40. SPY going lower. Let me see. I don't think there's any, like, dumb plays. Yeah. Even off the morning, it's like yesterday. It's like yesterday, but lighter. So, like, yesterday, like we were saying, the premiums were high. Even if it would come down, it wouldn't really come down. You're just doing that from a lower point. That's it. But it still is an elevated environment. You're getting on these moves. You're not really getting that much. So I made a couple plays on volatility. Only one of them is working after taking my profits. But the bonds are starting to work now. Oh, wait. Yeah, they hustled it. TLT is up now. That's weird. Just barely. But now TLT has way more premium than it did at another point. So long story short, TLT's here. TLT's going for the same price here as when it was here in the morning. So again, that little volatility, bro, is odd. The price makeups. Why? Oh, I don't want to stop on quote. All right, I sold one more of the UVXYs. Let's see. All right, bonds. Telling you, something just happened in bond land. Now it's waking up. They hustled us. I told you this will be the bottom last call. Then they made it look like it was going to sell. And now premiums are higher here than when it was topping out in the morning. So, again, you got a weird dynamic going on in bond land right now. So be mindful of that. SPY near the low. Oh, yeah, I keep wanting getting you the green and red. So, Dow Jones, one name green. Literally Sherwin-Williams, paint. 29 names red on the Dow. NASDAQ 100, 4 names in the green. Vertex, Pepsi, Mondelez, and Kraft. 97 names in the red. S&P 500, 34 names in the green, 469 in the red. Bro, Amazon again. Bro, what are we doing? What's the Amazon ones we have? I still have free ones. Oh, they expired today. Oh, little scammers. You know that? All right, T-Tech, Deer on the high, too. All right, what time is it? We got Powell in about an hour on the dot. So again, you took another leg down, hit multiple new lows of the day, the week, the month, the year, and you're still down 3.5 on the NASI, 3.5 on the SPY, 3.1 on the Dow, and then 5% again on the Russell. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, watch out for bonds there. They just jacked up the premiums now, but now it'll probably come down if we get a bounce. Amazon and Google and Microsoft making their own things. A circuit breaker? I think the odds are much lower now. You had odds of a circuit breaker in the morning when they're before the data because we were down a lot. But now, I don't think you have any bad data. It just all depends on what announcement we get. So you don't have to have a circuit breaker. ONON. Watch this one. This is the one I stream alerted earlier, but I said watch it because of the Vietnam exposure. I didn't make a play, though. I don't know what Amazon is. That's why I'm saying, I'm like, what are we doing? Watch this thing. That's very unusual for what the day is bringing. Yeti on the high, low ticker still active. Could be TikTok. Yeah, that's what we did the other day. Powell can change the sentiment a little bit, but I do think the market is throwing a tantrum right now. The only way Powell can change sentiment is if he caves. But as of now, what you guys don't realize it, we were here in the morning, and it was funny because right away, right after the jobs report, the first person that gets on TV is like, yeah, but the next one's going to show up. The market is in a very weird mode right now where it is ignoring hard data. If data or something comes out and it doesn't meet the uncertainty fear narrative, everybody ignores it. That is sadly the reality. So even if Jerome Powell is like, I think everything's fine, people are going to say, well, wait till you hear him next time after earnings. And then they're going to move on. They're not taking anything good. You just had double the expectations of the jobs, and you're down almost 4% on the NASDAQ. And the bonds didn't even move after that. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing. All right, gold's coming back up now. Let's see, bro. I hate these plays. All right, SPY going lower. Watch out. Okay, new low, and now TLT, those fucking scammers. Dude, they fucking hustle that. And then even the HYG. But yeah, now that I told you the last call thing, but they did it weird, bro. Fuck. I was trying to tell you, I was like, all right, maybe they're going to let it come down, but they it was like half last call. They took it down a little bit more, but not enough for that to be a good deal, and then they just ripped it for no damn reason. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's very, very hard right now. I have a TLT. That was my rollover. I sold out in the morning, sold out my UVXY, and then I bought TLT, but that was tricky. It's still tricky. It's tricky to rock up, raw to rock up. Do I see any good Amazon fade plays? I mean, if I did, I wouldn't even tell you. You know, that's lately. Every time I tell somebody, they either gamble it, make a terrible joke, or they say I'm pumping something. So, unfortunately, just easier to just put it on the stream alerts and call it a day and get a long term. All right, man. Now TLT's going nuts. I hate them. I'm mad. I'm mad and happy. I have a lot of them now, but I'm still like, what the fuck? That was so scammy all day. And then now ahead of Powell, the bonds are going to get a cushion. Yeah, bro. Stupid. Well, yeah, you can make those TLTs kind of free if you wanted to. So do what you need to do. But now it looks good because now you have bonds at the low, at the high with stocks at the low. I'm just letting the stream alerts be mindful of where you're at with that. French industry minister reiterates French companies should pause investments in the United States. French industry minister says current situation is without precedent since the 1930s and could destabilize global economy and jobs. Says Europe wants to avoid escalation and must stay united. Must make proportional and they're idiots, dude. Everyone is. Even Trump's an idiot. They're an idiot. Everybody. They're all playing the slow retaliation game, but now France is pretty much saying they want to hit back and pause investment. Remember what I was telling you guys yesterday? The problem is if everybody escalates. China escalates this morning, you're down 4. Now the French as well. Again, that's going to lead you to the next spot as well. So be mindful. But get ready now. Everything terribly is matched up. SPY at the low, VIX at the high, bonds at the high. That's it now. Get ready. I don't know if those VIX shitty plays are going to work, but now your TLT should take you home. I don't know, though. I don't even trust TLT, these little scammers. Little scamming ass. You know what I'm saying? They're little scammies. All right. Powell's today. Powell's in an hour. Literally in 57 minutes. Is it an attempt to wipe out the middle class? I don't think so. I think it's gonna. That's not really fair. That's what I'm saying, man. You guys are acting like people own houses and stocks already. That's so actually insensitive. You know, I know this comes with pain and it's painful, but it's the people with 401ks who have money. Those are the people suffering the most. I suffer. My long terms go down, all of that. But I think when all of this is said and done, you bring every price down. It comes with a lot of pain. And if you did make poor financial decisions with loans, it's going to hurt you. But I think this may end up helping some people out and give an opportunity that got robbed from a lot of people in the last half a decade due to inflation. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. Damn. The TLTs look good. I want a SPY daily, but they're so terrible. I mean, I have one I'm watching. Let me see. I bet you it didn't move. Yeah, fuck them. It didn't even move. So be careful, you guys. If you're not playing in the money again, you're not going to make any money. Do you understand? You're picking up pennies in front of a fucking steamroller. So I'll just use the 500 put as an example. Look. Bro, this is a 5-point move on the SPY. If you're in the money, you would have made $500. So if you say, okay, I'm going to buy the put here and you get a $5 move, you made nothing. You lost money. Literally. If you bought the put at the other low, you lost money by not being in the money. So don't forget that, please. All right, a little green everything. Hold on. TLT slowing down. VIX just took a fat candle. And then the SPY just got a good... 5187 is a level, too. 5179, 5187. I don't see anything, though. Watch currency land. Dude, oil's down 8.8. Are we kidding right now? That's insanity. Do you guys not realize? That's what I'm saying. People are freaking out. And rightfully so, but this is a different freak out. This isn't, I'm afraid of my prices going up. Oil is down 9% right now, below $60. Only other time you've seen that happen was literally COVID, bro. The J&J, we have time on it, right? I hope. That Pepsi, yeah, J&J, we got time. Those are up a lot. 40% still. I need that Pepsi to go in the money. That's what I really want. I don't think it's going to be COVID 2.0. I said what I said yesterday. I'm telling you, man, we're going to be at a fork in the road. This could be either a nothing burger or like shit's about to change forever. But I said it's going to be a mix of like 2015, 2018, 2020, 2022, and 23 and 24. I think it's going to be something we've never seen, and it's going to be a mix of all of these years of wildness that we've seen. So, yeah, good luck. But that's what I'm expecting. All right, man, still going lower. That is it. Couple of value plays are trying to move, and you can see Staples hanging on, but yeah, man, this is it. Oh, I'm surprised ON's going up. That one's weird. There's Nike. Shit's going to change for the worst vibes. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, and don't make the mistake of just setting expectations too high, because then disappointment will make you make bad decisions. But either way, if you prepare, I think you'll be good, no matter what. Again, every single opportunity, it looked bad, but we were able to come out winners. So I think if you plan, go slow, don't give in to the little devil in your head telling you to do something really that doesn't make sense and is gambling, and I think you'll be fine. The VIX already came down a little bit. SPY's there and bonds reacted, but, I mean, at this point, it's either going to sell until Powell starts talking, or this will be it. Then it levels out until Powell opens his mouth, and then it'll start moving. This might be either the low ahead of Powell, or we just dump until Powell starts talking. So see, though. But at the end of the day, though, bonds are moving now. If you really want to see fear, you just saw gold dump. So watch now what happens with that, and gold's still coming down, and then watch if the bonds actually react. Let's really find fear. That's the next real big thing. And like I'm telling you, oil is down 9. That's not usually a good sign. Again, back-to-back days of oil doing this. So be very, very mindful of that. But yeah, we have a lot in store, my friend. Yeah, Jerome Powell here in about, 45 minutes? Yeah, value names. All right, man. Another low. Yeah, Yang now. China. Gas prices might come down eventually, but generally, demand is being destroyed. That's what I'm saying. I told you guys this the other day. It's either everyone's being ignorant or they don't want to say it, but now it's kind of getting hard to ignore. What do you mean oil just went from 72 to 60? And you're not talking about demand destruction. You're talking about inflation from tariffs? Shut the fuck up. He just put the highest tariffs since 1900s. You should be talking about demand destruction. And that, sadly, is what I keep seeing now. And now we'll see if gold really shows fear with the sell-off and rip. And then if bonds start really running, then we're going to know. But, yeah, I think it's demand destruction, dude. This isn't like... That's the scary part, because demand destruction leads to stagflation and then deflation, not inflation, and that's the problem. No, I don't think inflation's a legitimate worry, because you don't get inflation without lowered growth. You get stagflation. That's your only outcome now. That's what I'm saying. It's like it doesn't really make sense that everybody is saying you're going to buy a car because it costs more and then you're poorer. It doesn't work like that. You're going to get some higher cost, and now demand is being destroyed because of uncertainty. That's why personal incomes went up and personal spending didn't. They are making money, but they're not spending it. Demand is going down. Again, you look at the news, you're afraid. You look, oh, what about this? Car people are being dumb. Buy a car cheaper, more expensive. Demand and uncertainty is feeding in. Yeah, 41 on the VIX now. And then you're about to get Jerome Powell in 45 minutes with the VIX above the level that he could actually do an emergency cut now. So, yeah. And now he has to, Powell, if you're listening, please talk about demand. And whatever he says about demand, that might say something. But, yeah, this is wild, you guys. And the page! Bradley, Frizzle, and the peach. While the markets are in turmoil, I don't want to hear shit. You know why? Because Bradley Frizzle was shooting with me in the gym. Every day I was here, the peach was here. You know that? Stop playing with me, baby. Oh, or not. Peach Nation. Woo! Amen. Amen. All right, I made my rollover free. Fuck that. They're going to keep scamming. Make those TLTs free. I rolled over all my UVXY to TLT at the bottom, and then we got another 50%, and now make that free, and now you just got free a shit ton of free insurance for the next 2 weeks. Money. J&J, I told you yesterday, J&J has a lot of events. Yeah. So see if that is his Staples turn now. Watch if the Staples go up and see what Microsoft and Google do. I think it is staple time. No, yeah, they're going down. Staples up. It's their turn. We need Pepsi. There you go. Run it, baby. Okay, Humana. Yeah, make your TLTs free. It's up a lot. I think it's going to keep going, but they're hella scammy. You don't, because if Powell, right ahead of Powell, if they start trapping TLT, the premiums are going to die 30%. You're pretty much, that premium should be up 20%, not 50. That's why I'm making it free. But then if it runs, you're going to regret it. But if it comes down, you're going to thank me. So there you go. Either way, free plays, lower risk. We made a lot of money now, and we got exposure, and it's free. That's all we need in life. Woo! I want some UVX. I want the premiums on UVXY. They're only moving overnight. Intraday, they suck. We've hit UVXY every day on these things, but it's all by playing the gap up. My intraday has not been a good time. Lennar and DG, J&J's coming down now. Yeah, bro. And then DG, Pop. I can't tell if it's Staples or it's just doing what it did all day. Because it did that the other day, remember? All this thing did was melt up. Yeah, the contracts are hard on Dollar General. All right, I bought a 1 penny one, just in case. There's a 1 penny call on Dollar General for the day. That's it. Again, you know how 1 penny works, right? You get 50% at 2 pennies. Just in case that staple goes crazy. Okay, you're coming back down. Okay, yeah, I already made 300%. And I haven't even sent out the stream alert. I'm still typing it. Okay, now I've only made 200%. But yeah, that's the whole point. But then again, if that don't go up, you're going to die. Make volatility. Oh, what is this? Sam Altman. We're going to release Q3 or 03 and 04 mini after a few weeks. Okay, I made it free at 300%. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, now we got free Dollar General too. SSSS for ChatGPT news? What? What do they do? Suro Capital? Oh, UNH. Watch them. Them and Humana. MO lagging. French minister asked if EU should put tariffs on Boeing. Says no details decided. Will be discussed this week. So yeah, remember I told you Boeing is going to be the target? French have confirmed it now. Next week you will get Boeing tariff discussions by Europeans. There it is. Confirm a Rooney. Boeing's already destroyed. We should have got puts. We knew it too. I was like, no way it would go that much lower, but nope. It's the enemy. Can't believe I called that. Call what? I called a lot of things. But hey, don't take my word for it. I'll just let y'all do that and get a long term. I feel bad for everybody. That guy in the morning, I feel really bad for him. I was impressed that a hater woke up that early, but, you know, I'll just show you guys because I got this morning. I don't listen to this MAGA channel anymore, but I hope you enjoy the crash you voted for. And don't forget, we've been going cash for several months. Our portfolio is doing better than the whole entire world. Every day in volatility, we came in with over 100 UVXY calls. So yeah, man, I feel bad. I know I have very strong views, but don't let your bias let you miss what we're discussing here, because I'm not letting my political bias. It has not gotten in my way of making money and helping others make money and hopefully build up cash at a good time. So, yeah. Don't play yourself, big homie. They might go for Ozempic. That's why we talked about NVO. That was the other one you got to watch for because it's European as well. All right, man. TLT premiums are higher now. They're doing it again. Fuck. Maybe we should have held it. Something's going on. It's doing it round 2. Remember, I told you here. That shouldn't have happened. The TLT premiums are getting more expensive here than here. Right here, they're more expensive than me top ticking selling at the high. Now they went up 1 or 2 more pennies. So SPY new low, bonds, premiums all running. UVXY premium, you have to be near the money, unfortunately. Okay, but value names keep climbing. There's Pepsi. All right, guys, I'm selling out the Pepsis. These won't go up. See, they cut the bid! Every time. Fucking scammers, bro. Okay, I sold out. I'm out of the Pepsis, 100%. Fuck them. That play's going to hit, dude. I'm telling you, but I don't want to lose the money on it because if it goes down, every down tick I go negative. Every uptick I go up 100%. So fuck that. New low. All right. Tesla. So SQ Cube, guys, is going lower. 5% on the NASDAQ now. 5155. Like I told you, it's going to be a straight shot. Literally like 5118, bro, dude. It's crazy. So 40 more points of downside, potentially 50. And then we'll see where we do when we hit that. And then Jerome Powell, I can't remember the last time Jerome Powell had to walk out with the NASDAQ down 5%. He's crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. Tesla's getting work. They're down 10%. Bonds climbing up. Watch out. Again, even HYG, bro. Everything. So this is hitting bond land. I think gold is still liquidating, bro. That's it. I think fear is now in play. At this point, unless Powell walks it back, gold liquidating 2%, oil down 9%, bonds up 2.5%. I'm not going to lie to you. This bond move is nothing, but it's at least reacting with fear. And then VIX above 40. My brothers, you are in fear right now. That's it. It is permeated. It's there. All the computers are reacting to it. That's it. That's what you got right now. All right. Those Pepsi's holding up. SPY going down. All right. Okay, that was SPY more than anything. Mm-hmm. That's it. I mean, I'm writing all the other plays, though. The TLTs will take care of you from now. But that's it. I wish we could have got, like, one of the volatility ones. I took a shittier UVXY intraday, but they just don't hit, bro. We could have made 400% if we went closer, but... Yeah, and then the plays I sold, they went, I could have doubled up. Oh! Yeah, so I thought I sold out good this time. I got most of the gains. I was out at like 120. And then, yeah, I doubled up, though. Fuck. But then the TLT made me some good money here, too. So we'll ride it out. TGT 191. All right. What time is it? 10:49. Yep, still going lower. Dude, it's not even euro close. How strong Bitcoin. Be careful, bro. You just jinxed it. But remember, this is what I'm... Do you guys not realize what... Yes, yeah, something's off, bro. No, that's not... It's not strength. So let me just show you what I put on the watch list, you guys. This was from last night. I have not edited it or anything. This is what I said. Something is off, dude. Bonds weren't showing fear. I said someone's either blowing up or this is a clearing event. Clearly not a clearing event. But that's, I'm telling you, some of these movements, it's don't jump to the easy answer. I would just stick to that's unusual. So right now, you mean to tell me everybody's going risk off from gold to damn bonds, and you're telling me Bitcoin isn't moving? I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. That something is wrong. Or we don't know what's going to happen yet. You're going to have another answer. Just like today, I was telling you yesterday, look at either VIX or bond is going to do something. You wake up, look at the VIX right now. But something's going on right now. Unfortunately, it's too big of fear. All right, that's running down. I hope we get lucky and they let our UVXY crazy play go nuts. But other than that, now you got to just ride the TLT, SPY dumping. That's it. I think you are getting, somebody's going to get liquidated. You're betting out 6%. You might get a circuit breaker now. That's it. Your bat 5118 is the level, you guys. So right here is one of these levels. Be careful. All right. And then Powell comes on in a little bit. There are what? Little scammers. Bro, calls just went down 10% on that move. That's hilarious. So that vertical pop at the level legitimately brought the call down 10%. Can't make this shit up. They punch you and you have to wait. You have to make a play and wait 30 minutes for you to see if it's going to make you money. You can't even flip these. Because that's what happened yesterday. You have to make the play. You won't know if it's profitable for another 3 minutes. Bro, you just literally bounced 2 points and the call went down. Near the money even, too. But not in the money. You have to be in the money. That's hilarious. SPY tumbles 5.1. Bro, that's a joke. Bounce has volume, but none of the plays are going to fuck you. I'm telling you, I'm looking at this one. I'm like, damn, no way. I was just about to buy it, and I'm like, why is it cheaper? And then I look, now it's going up. I'm like, why the fuck is this cheap? Because I like that level. I wanted to play it. Now it moved. All right, it's the same price. Yeah, same price as the bottom. All right, fuck it, I'm doing it. Little scammers. Just flip that shit, though. Do not hold that. Because I'm telling you, some of these plays could be really good, but I don't like it. Okay, now it's moving a little, but that's still so whack. And then bonds down. And Tesla coming up. Bitcoin, is it? Yeah, Bitcoin just went vertical too. Again, currencies are all, this time Mexico and the other currencies got clapped. Yeah, bro, fuck that. I got 4%. It's just bouncing around. Fuck that play. Little fucking scammers. Yeah, I don't. You have to decide. Do you think, if you think we're going to bounce, you got to pick a bounce play and hold it. Or you think we're going to die, you buy your fucking shit on the pops. But it's so hard intraday, dude. Again, every play I make overnight, I'm hitting crazy. Anything intraday, unless it's like individual news on a company, any SPY, bro, that bounce was so dumb. It's very, very, you're risking a lot to get fucked up. Yeah, or maybe I'll just go to the futures, low-key, if I want to do a SPY move. Because that was $2. $2, the play did nothing. ON on the high. Oh, yeah, let's see Nike. I love it. I want to buy something so bad right now in the long term. Nintendo to delay Switch 2 pre-orders due to tariffs. Oh. But, like, I just don't have a lot of cash still. That's what I hate. Gasparino, sources close to Trump. Besson is trying to moderate, albeit it'll be the first significant in-house battle. Honestly, fuck Gasparino. He already lied too many times. And then he bitched out when there was a piece of news that he didn't drop. So fuck him. No, this guy has put out like 10 false-ass rumors on Fox. And then the one rumor that even gets confirmed by the president, that's the one he talks shit on. Fuck that dude. I mean, if you feel it, I don't think it's bad to nibble on Nike, UPS, even Pfizer, NVO. But the point is, I don't think this uncertainty is over. Does that make sense? So just like 2022, there's going to be a massive bounce and you're going to be like, I knew I should have bought. And then it's going to come right back down and then bounce again. And like literally pretty much by June, July, we'll know what's going to really happen. But I don't know if you guys remember 2022. You're doing the same thing. I don't think you're here in June. I think you're here in April, May. And then we're going to do some of this and then there might be a little bit more. So that's what I have in my mind. But then when I look at my cash, it doesn't even matter because my cash is telling me, well, listen, jackass, you don't have a lot of cash anyways. So you either buy now and you'll have nothing if we go down, or you keep waiting and then ride through the pain while you stack up the cash. Besson trying to moderate, albeit quietly, the president's hardline stance on trade. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't know though. I don't think Gasparino moves markets, so I don't think it is about people believing him. I think he's cried wolf too many times. So like he could cause a pop and then it fades, but you know, let's put it, he's not a Nicky Timmerhouse, to put it lightly. All right, now those plays rocketed. That SPY play I called you for some odd reason now, it's 10% higher. So yeah, listen, I'll give you guys good plays, but you gotta execute them on your own. But I don't like this environment. I know the prices, I have the good ones, but I've done way better off of the news and the intraday or the overnight. Nike breaking out now. I think it is the Powell front run. I'm about to blow somebody's mind with this one. All right, Powell comes on in 25 minutes. Anything could happen. Trust me. That's why I don't know if you've noticed all of my straddles, I'm still holding the calls. I've been buying calls too. Make no mistake, you guys, there's going to be a dumbass bounce. But you won't make money unless you're in the money. That's the sad reality. So keep that in mind. But yes, you will get very, very weird bounces. And you even have a lot more downside too. You guys remember that old Carvana play y'all talk shit on? Yeah, that's up. Remember when I bought that random out of the money and you were like, what are you doing, Josh? And you thought I was crazy. I am in fact not that crazy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Israel, Besant. All right, and then that's it. We're waiting for Pow Pow. Elf, Nike. I like the other one. I like Nike. I like UPS. I like Pfizer. I really like NVO. Yeah, bro, look at NVO at $62. That's crazy. 63. Noise. Miller, yo, ON, and Nikes, yo. Something with shoes in Vietnam. It has to be. It has to be. Check Nike, check ON. Oh, partial. They didn't give me all of them. Oh, I whiffed. Okay, nope, I got it. Nike. Get Nike. Something just happened. All right, I'm already up 1,000% on one. Nike. It has to be Vietnam. I'm telling you. ON as well. Oh, and then Abercrombie. Something's happening. Something. Mustard. Vietnam wants to cut tariffs. There you go. All right, let's see. I got two sets. One of them shitty. The other one already went up 2,000%, so I'm good on one of them. Yeah, literally 2,000%. Crazy. But one of my other ones isn't hitting. Yeah, Crocs, and then you could do ON as well. I told you to watch that one prior. I look forward to meeting in the future. Very productive call with Lam. Security Communist Party of Vietnam said Vietnam wants to cut their tariffs down to 0 and make an agreement. Beautiful. Okay, well then there you go. We should have bought Nike now. Skechers and then Abercrombie, they're all going up. So take your pick. Some more than others. And then again, ON. Those are kind of expensive. Honestly, though, the Nike, it went up, but it's 2,000%, and then that's it. The other ones far out the money aren't working. So it's up if you got the first pop, but this is still kind of small. I'm not even watching a lot of transactions. Yeah, I like the ON too, but yeah, it's kind of muted. Yeah, and then Lululemon, they're going up. But yeah, that's big. Like I told you, the Vietnam thing was crazy. But that's a good sign, bro. If they go to 0, and then now that SPY play, if you held it, that's running. Yeah, bro. Nike's the only cheap one you could play. Literally, all the other good ones that could potentially move, they're not really. They all have crazy ass premiums. Yeah, they won't fill any. That's it. Just Nike. Still got a 2,000%er, though, but they ain't going to give you shit. It's hard to find, but that's good news. And now, SPY, bro. SPY is going to love this because you got to think about it now. That's the first country in a big fashion that literally just agreed to lower tariffs at a very crazy rate. Because remember, I was telling you, Vietnam's huge. That's a huge deal. So them going down, that's a big deal. And then, yeah, UPS went, a lot of things went on that. Oh, Williams-Sonoma, they might have more than we thought. Yeah, I can't find any other plays on those, though. I'm going to just hold my Nike dailies. Again, they're up. Williams-Sonoma is moving. Okay, I got a Williams-Sonoma. There's some cheap ones for $5, and that thing moves. But other than that, it's not, bro. Those are hard. You had the jump, but it was still, I think the weird volatility made it really harder. RH, Poppin' Hall, watch WSM. RH is halted. Yeah, watch Williams-Sonoma. Remember, that was on my list. We have that list of all the Vietnam exposure. That's what I'm saying. They're just hard to play. The Nikes were good for a little bit, but that's it. Toyota to cover U.S. suppliers, higher costs tied to Trump tariffs. So now you got Toyota. I think that's good news as well, too. So it seems like there are people who are willing to negotiate positively. All right, yeah, Williams-Sonoma. I'm already up 400 on that one, but that sucks, dude. I wanted so many more of those. It only filled me on a couple of them. Okay, I made that one free. I still have a couple left, but that's a scam. And then Nike, I already made those free. I got one at 2,000%. No exaggeration. Oh, another day of bangers, baby. Right? And then Target now. They're not really Vietnam, but people might just get bullish on that, you know? Okay, WSM. We're already in that. Damn it, I should have held it. That play went nuts. 40 cents now. I bought it at 5. That's almost 1,000%. Bangers. There you go. I got another one for you, Stream Alerts. Hit that one. I gave you the price on that one, too. I gave you another one because you got to be specific on price. Don't get scammed. Literally, other plays just went fucking, that's almost 1,000%. Williams-Sonoma, 5 to 40. I got another one. Yeah, the Nikes are still up, too. I'm holding them, but I already made my 2,000%. That one, I want it to do better, but I just don't have that much faith in it. But that's why we started shopping on other ones. I got 2 more. I got Williams-Sonoma and another one that I just sent out. And I think that one will do good. At that price, though, don't overpay. Trump said this would be a perfect time for Powell to cut rates. Yeah, Vietnam caved, which is very good news. That's why Nike and all these other clothing names are doing that, especially the ones with the exposure. He says it'd be a perfect time for Powell to cut rates. He's always late, and he can now change his image quickly. Energy prices down, interest down, inflation down. He is right. Let's see. Yeah, Lulu got the pot. Lulu's just expensive. All right, Restoration. Restoration unhalted. Oh, yeah, they're already 480ing that bitch. Oh, I found one. Did they give me that? Yeah. Oh, they gave me one. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, I was like, damn. No, they scammed me. I got scammed. Oh, shit. But yeah, there's some good ones. Oh, I just lost me $50. Oh, I was like, bro, I can't believe they almost gave me a $500 play. Yeah, but no, they scammed it. There's a couple left on there, but honestly, maybe get time. So yeah, watch Restoration. That was the big earnings loss. Again, Nike's still going. You got some good plays there. Yeah, those Nikes are really running now. Oh, that finally went up. Boeing is running. It's good news now. You finally got your first cave, so people are reacting, and then Powell comes on in 15 minutes. All right. Yeah, I like the RH, but I don't know if those are going to go. Yeah, no, that other one, just watch it at that price. As long as you don't overpay, you're fine on that. And then that's it. We should have held that other call I told you literally at the bottom. So shout out to Stream Alerts, but I sold too early. But then again, we took all of our profits. We did good. I even hedged the TLT, believe it or not. And now home builders, I think everybody, Vietnam Cave has shifted everything. Bro, you still have time, too. Like, make no mistake. Let me check my SPY play from earlier. Yeah, SPY plays are down 49% from the morning. So, yeah, everything's discounted. Don't be fooled. You could actually still get a jump on this. That's it. You're just paying the double the premium from the bottom. Well, Vietnam Cave is the headline pretty much. That's it. How long does it last is the next question. Bro. Sorry. And then if the stream alerts come out hella like, dude, I'm just trying to type as fast as possible. Okay? Klarna paused IPO after Trump tariffs. Bro, that's it though. Everything related to this is going. Oh, oil. Watch oil. That has a long way to go now too. But yeah, you should have. That jump on that news, you guys. You could have gotten a whole host of different plays. I hope, again, if you had the stream alerts, that was a perfectly timed TLT put as well. So we good, baby. That's it. But now wait for Powell, and then that'll be your final move. Holy shit. All right, I made another set of Nike free at 500%. I had one go 2,000%. That one just went 500. So, yeah, I got one more set now. Wait, where's the other one? I should have two sets. Yeah, okay, no, that one filled. So I do have two technically, but one of them's way bigger. Wayfair's going. Okay, I'm selling the HYG. Take profits on that if you want, not a recommendation. Money. Alrighty. That's it. Because HYG was April. We'll come back to that, but today just shows you the power now if one mother effer caves. Are you kidding me? Do you not get it? Bro, if one mother effer caves, you just literally ran up 200 points. No exaggeration. So, yeah, that's kind of the sad part right now. So be mindful. I think Target's going crazy. We have a play on that one. That was the one I said keep cheap. It's already up, but it's still cheap low-key. That's it. I'm only going for mad cheap premiums on some of these plays with a little extra time. Make them free, and you're good to go. And then that other SPY play that I called out on there, watch that one too. Those are moving up. That's why I was saying if these tariffs stay high, it's a really big problem. I acknowledge that. That's what I was telling all of you. Make no mistake. Do not fade how high these tariffs are. But if it's the starting point and they never get higher, that's good if they do come down. It's scary when they all try to play tit for tat. But now you mean to tell me they respond good? Now we're talking zero tariffs. So either way, we were just talking about wild bounces out of nowhere. And sure enough, now Vietnam caving has caused this reaction. You give some to me, I'm not fucking selling. Well, yeah, well now you got to think about it. Now Vietnam and Cambodia, they're upholding their way now. Because now if China and Japan don't want to play along, well, who cares? We could still now keep going to Vietnam. Remember, I was telling you, I know people who do that. So now, if two people in East Asia have caved for Trump, it's going to be harder for them to have unity and hold out and say, no, you have to do this. Because now they could just go to Vietnam, and Vietnam say, yeah, come over here. We'll hook you up. We have no tariffs. They have no tariffs. Come on over. So you're right. It may take 3 to 5 years to build in America, but now you could go still build in Vietnam and get a discount. Ta-da! So, yeah, no, they came through. I can't believe it, bro. Can't believe it. All right, man. Couple hundred, all of them, bro. We hit, bro. We hit again. Again, we sold our UVXYs. We got free TLTs. We got TLT puts. We got Williams-Sonoma, Target, Nike, and you were all here for it, baby. And we got Powell in fucking 5 minutes. Well, GG's, baby. GG's. Amen. All right. Well, ride a Rooney, bro. Ride a Rooney. Now we chill. Now we listen to Powell, and hopefully he doesn't fuck this up. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Wow. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Get paid off of this move, you guys. Don't walk away not making anything on this. You know what I'm saying? You got a good move. You did something. Make sure that you get paid, all right? That is the key. A nice kiss. All right, but now I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. And I'll see you in a little bit.
To TikTok or not? Rachel Tipograph is with us, founder and CEO of MakeMag. You have the data. And since January 19th, which was the first deadline when we were worried it was going to be banned and it went black for a moment, traffic has recovered to TikTok, right?
Absolutely. So January 19th, I was here with you. We saw TikTok traffic go to zero. It took about until March 1st for TikTok traffic from major advertisers to reach Q4 levels. Why? There was a lot of confusion if it was still legal to advertise on TikTok. And if you've been following, TikTok did a lot of advertising themselves to communicate this is a safe place for you to advertise. Here we are, and we're now seeing TikTok traffic surpass Q4 levels. So MikMak tracks 2,300 of the biggest brands in the world, and our traffic on TikTok right now is 20% higher than Q4 levels.
That's pretty phenomenal considering the level of uncertainty going into this Saturday. Is there likelihood that people are paring back just into this one-off event?
We haven't seen that yet. And the reality is TikTok is a very unique asset. It's why we have the US and China fighting over it. You can build brand and drive conversion all at once. So until US advertisers hear that they shouldn't be advertising on that platform, I believe that they will continue to do so. That being said, they all have contingency plans. They have contingency plans for tariffs, and now they have contingency plans for advertising. And what we saw around January 19th is how easy it is to move dollars from one platform to another.
Where did it go? Where did it shift? Who benefited?
So the two big beneficiaries were Alphabet. So Alphabet is paid search, YouTube, DV360, and Pinterest. In both of those platforms, you can drive conversion, and brands consider it a brand-safe environment.
Is that why they're not going to Meta? Why did Instagram not become the automatic place you put yet more advertising dollars, or is everyone already there?
So the interesting thing about Meta is it is the gorilla. It's the giant. On any given day at MikMak, it's our #1 source of traffic, and it remains to be so. That being said, when we compare Q1 to Q4 Meta traffic, we've seen a 3% decline. And when we look at the timing of this, it's all around Zuckerberg's announcement of removing fact-checking from the platform. So it goes back to many of the things that brands are balancing right now, and one of them is concerns around brand safety.
That's really interesting. And I'm wondering, therefore, also at this moment, we're seeing Meta stock under pressure significantly because people are worried that advertisers are going to pare back because of economic uncertainty, let alone brand certainty and safety. Is that something you're preparing yourself for?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a whole other curveball. This isn't about TikTok or Meta or the Trade Desk. This is about tariffs and consumer goods.
See?
And the
okay, good. I'm excited, you guys.
Consumer good companies are in a really tough spot.
But I have something good to tell you.
Their margins are getting squeezed, and they really only have three options. Raise prices, which retailers and
So listen, we're making a lot of flips right now, okay? But I did not add anything to the long term. Just don't get confused right now. This is the game of Trump. Get really, really bad news, and then one set of really good news. What's going to happen when we get the next bad news? So we need it to break completely in one direction. Otherwise, to make no mistake, you're still in Chop City. Okay? Don't forget that. Chop City. Chop City. All right, Amazon's running. Oh, wait, didn't we grab some of those? We did. All right. But yeah, let's see how this holds. But be mindful. And Jerome Powell is coming on now in about a minute and a half. So let me see if I could get a feed. I have a couple, but I don't see him. Everybody is waiting on this right now, bro. This is huge. Oh, is this it? No. All right. I'm waiting. I'm trying to get the feeds, bro. All right, man. Well, good luck. Good luck to all of you. Oh, JD in China now. Okay. Let's see. DuPont even, but yeah, China not as much. Godspeed, man. That's it. Where is the old man? Okay, we are waiting for Powell. I got multiple feeds up, whichever one comes up first. Oh. Dude. Powell coming. We're down 3. I was just telling you we were down by 5. Wow, we should have held that first call. Dude, they scammed. Well, my goodness. We got a lot of good ones, though, in there. So make good on that, baby. Make good on that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wayfair. Those Williams-Sonomas, again, that's a good 700. They were up a little more, but do something with them. I'm going to sell one set of these. I'm going to sell another. I'm going to sell that final Nike. Oh, Powell, I'm getting comments. Powell says Trump tariffs. Oh, hold on. Bigger than expected, risking higher growth, inflation slower. Too soon to say what will be appropriate policy. Fed well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering adjustments. Possible tariffs could have persistent inflation impact. Tariffs becoming clear, tariff will be significantly larger. Same is true of economic effects. Most measures of long-term inflation remain well anchored. Outlook is highly uncertain with elevated risk of higher unemployment and higher inflation. Uncertainty high, downside risk have risen, but economy still in a good place. Fed well positioned to wait to consider adjustments. Must ensure price hikes don't lead to ongoing inflation. Data shows solid growth, labor imbalance, inflation above 2. Surveys show dimming expectations, higher uncertainty due to new policy. Fed obligated to keep inflation expectations anchor. Yeah, it sounds hawkish as fuck because now he's saying it's bigger, and then they're not panicking. Long story short, when central banks panic, you stop panicking. He just came in and said, yeah, it's bigger than expected. Yibbity bobbida boo. So unfortunately, the first half of Powell I just read to you. Now he's killing the rally. I was like, man, those Nikes, right when I was about to sell them, they came down. But think about that now. You already got the statements. I just read them to you. So he's going to go live. He just now, like I was just telling you, one piece of bad news. We're going to come right back to Chop City. Make no mistake. So, yeah, unfortunately now, Powell, I think it reads a little hawkish. Wait till the Q&A starts. He might get bullish, but he's just trying to step back. Do you get what I'm saying? Powell is winning right now. I think Powell just doesn't want to say anything. He's trying to keep it the same. It sounded hawkish, but, imagine what I was telling you yesterday, even all these days. Everybody knows the tariffs came in way bigger than expected. You can't ignore that. It's way too large, but he's not. Yeah, if you thought there was going to be a cut or if you thought there would be a Powell put and he would be like, oh, my gosh, we have to do something. No, that's not the case. He is not doing that. So central bank is not panicking. Therefore, your panic may be warranted. So traders boost Fed to wait until June. So yeah, like I'm telling you, I just read you the comments there right now. Those were the main comments from what he is going to say. So even though Powell is not live yet, we have already gotten the first part. That's why you just sold off now 5 points. Literally, that's just took the NASDAQ down almost 1% just off of those comments. He hasn't even opened his mouth yet. So what's going to happen is he's going to come out live, and then the market will still kind of react when they hear him, and then I'm sure they're going to do a Q&A, and then after the Q&A, then it will be live, and then we could start getting an effect. Waste management, gold on the low. All right, a lot of things are starting to flip. Is he live? Let's see. I don't see it yet. I just have the comments. Oh, yeah, he is live.
Consistent, though, with a slower but still solid growth outlook. At the same time,
hold on, I don't have the video yet.
Businesses report dimming expectations and higher uncertainty about the outlook. Survey respondents point to the effects of the new federal policies, especially related to trade. We are closely watching this tension between the hard and the soft data. As the new policies and their likely economic effects become clearer, we will have a better sense of their implications for the economy and for
everybody's fees are fucked up.
Looking across many indicators, the labor market appears to be broadly in balance.
Again, you've already reacted to all of these
source
comments.
Of inflationary pressure. This morning's jobs report showed the unemployment rate at 4.2% in March, still in the low range where it has held since early last year. Over the first quarter, payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. The combination of low layoffs, moderating job growth, and slowing labor force growth.
Google, Japan, Rapidius in talks with Apple stable. And Google.
Turning to the other leg of our dual mandate, inflation has declined sharply from its pandemic highs of mid-2022. It has done so without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has often accompanied periods of tight monetary policy that are needed to reduce inflation. More recently, progress toward our 2% inflation objective has slowed. Total PCE.
Bro, my SPY calls are still green.
Over the 12 months.
This is insane.
February. Core PCE
that little
prices,
buy the dip
which
is crazy.
The volatile food and energy categories rose 2.8%. Looking ahead, higher tariffs will be working their way through our economy and are likely to raise inflation in coming quarters. Reflecting this, both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up. By most measures, longer-term inflation expectations, those beyond just the next few years, remain well anchored and consistent with our 2% inflation goal. We remain committed to returning inflation sustainably to our 2% objective. Turning to monetary policy, we face a highly uncertain outlook with elevated risks of both higher unemployment and higher inflation. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. Our monetary policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties we face as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes and their likely effects on the economy. It is not our role to comment on those policies. Rather, we make an assessment of their likely effects, observe the behavior of the economy, and set monetary policy in a way that best achieves our dual mandate goals. We have stressed that it will be very difficult to assess the likely economic effects of higher tariffs until there is greater certainty about the details, such as what will be tariffed, at what level, and for what duration.
Yeah, this is the fastest feed.
The extent of any retaliation.
I can't get the video though, just audio. They're all fucking weird audios right now.
It is now becoming clear that tariff increases will be significantly larger than expected. And the same is likely to be true of the economic effects.
I don't think the market liked hearing that, but that's
slower growth.
That's the reality. It was very large.
The duration of these effects remains uncertain. While tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation, it's also possible that the effects could be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome would depend on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
He's trying to say transitory without saying it. He doesn't want to say it this time.
To prices. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to make certain that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. We'll continue to carefully monitor the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. It is too soon to say what will be the appropriate path for monetary policy. We understand the benefits of a solid economy where workers can find jobs and inflation is low and predictable. We also understand that elevated levels of unemployment or inflation can be damaging and painful for communities, families, and businesses. That is why
I think he's about to end it.
To do everything we can
the same ending
to achieve our maximum employment and price.
Again, I think there's going to be a Q&A.
Thank you, and I look forward
All right,
to
so get ready. It's about to get live. We already reacted ahead of time. We got the report, but get ready for the Q&A. So now he's sitting down.
Most importantly, thank you for being here. This feels like quite a moment to be speaking with you, and I want to thank you for your time. He's got it. I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for taking the time to speak with this group of business journalists. Also like to give a special thanks to Heather Wong with the Washington Post, who helped make this event possible. So for starters, sir, how's your week been?
Just fine, thank you.
Care to elaborate?
So far, so good.
Chair Powell, yes, thank you so much for being here and taking our questions. You were talking about the economy as being a very strong economy. You characterized inflation as coming down, employment as being very strong still. However, President Trump, earlier this week when asked about the market volatility we've been seeing, said the volatility was, quote, to be expected. This is a patient that was very sick. We inherited a terrible economy. A lot of voters did and do agree with that assessment, or at least in part. I'm wondering how you would respond to that assessment and the disconnect between the story of the data and the way a lot of people are feeling about the economy.
Sure. So let me just be clear at the start. I make it a practice not to respond to any elected officials' comments. So I don't want to be seen to be doing that. It's just not appropriate for me. But the situation, I think, is this, and people, when they're surveyed, they are unhappy.
You said S&P or this?
That seems to largely reflect the increase in the price level that happened when inflation was high, 2021, 22, and 23, largely. Inflation is now back down to much more normal levels. Unemployment is low. The economy has been growing, but people are still experiencing that high price level. In other words, prices don't go down. They know they're paying much more for the basic necessities of life, and they're right that they are, and they're not happy about it, and they're right not to be happy about it. So I think that accounts for the negative sentiment. We, of course, we're looking at inflation, which is the change in prices, and we're seeing that has come down quite a bit, and that unemployment is actually low. It's sort of very close to measures of maximum employment, and the economy's growing. So all those statistics are good, but the price increases of the past few years are weighing on people's budgets.
So I'm from Milwaukee, and I've been talking to business leaders, executives, and consumers in our community, in our region, for the last few weeks, mostly before this week's news. Chairman, they're troubled and they're nervous. One business owner told me, if there's a hint of a recession, we're cooked. And he asked me to share that with you.
This is so manufactured. You got a 60-year-old saying, we're cooked.
So I guess I would say, let's start with the
we're
fact
cooked.
That the incoming data right through this morning.
A fucking 19-year-old wrote that question.
Roughly a month ago, the week of March 12, they took the data in. It still shows a solid economy. Unemployment's still low. I understand the uncertainty that's weighing on people. You ask about a recession. We don't make a probability forecast of how likely it is for there to be a recession, but many outside
forecasters do. But you do make a GDP forecast.
Many of them have raised the likelihood, albeit from very low
there
levels.
You go.
It's not.
Don't try to avoid that.
That anybody now is forecasting, or some people are starting to. And so there's not much more I can say about that. I realize that the uncertainty is high, and what we've learned is that the tariffs are higher than anticipated, higher than almost all forecasters predicted. We still don't know where that comes to rest, though, and we're just going to have to see that through.
At a congressional hearing last year, one of the U.S. representatives said that you were pretty boring, and you thanked him and said that you considered that a very high compliment. And in fact, I feel like it's one of the roles of the Federal Reserve, especially since the housing crisis, to be kind of a ballast, especially in the face of the volatility of the markets and the dramatics that we can experience with the economy. Very steady, no surprises, very reliable. In a moment like this, which also has a lot of drama and unpredictability, but it is not necessarily from an economic crisis. It's by design, it's political. How do you see your role in this moment?
So I think all of the values that you touched on are, in fact, the values that we try to live by. We're driven by, analysis and careful thought and discussion and debate and the merits of things. We try to stay as far as we can from the political process. We don't look at political cycles or things like that. And I think people expect that from us. They expect us to tell the truth, and that's what we're going to do. But at the same time, we don't want to be part of the broader political discussion about the wisdom of policies that are not assigned to us. We're not responsible for trade policy, immigration policy, fiscal policy. So We don't comment on those decisions are made by others, and what we do is we use our tools to try to achieve the goals that Congress assigned us, which is maximum employment and price stability. So
utilities dropping. That's weird.
Source of calm,
been like that from the morning. Low ticker picking up, bonds moving too.
That's really what the business that we're in is providing: financial
and Bitcoin down
stability to the public.
Again, you bounced right at that level. I told you 5118. So next test is 5107 and then 5100.
And individuals and the Fed make plans for the future when so much is being dictated by the actions of a single person. And do you see yourself as the consoler-in-chief on economic matters?
No, I think, take a step back. What's happening is, as I mentioned, the new administration is making, significant policy changes in trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. And we're still just a couple of months into the administration, and that process will take place, and at a certain point, the new policies will be on the table.
He said a year from now, uncertainty will be much lower.
And uncertainty will decline. Right now,
it's like I told you that. Crazy. I just said, watch day 365.
Out the forms it will take and what the economic effects will be. If you fast forward a year from
now, the TLTs are up 30%.
Should be much lower
from where I got them.
Of the policies
there's still a lot of things are still holding. Spreads are wide. Be careful.
It just is highly uncertain, both what the policies will turn out to be, exactly what they'll turn out to be, and also what their effects will be in the near term. We just have to go through that process, and it is just kind of a manifestation of our election cycle and a new administration coming in with new policies.
I mean, given all of the change happening and the fact that we are in a period where things have not settled in yet, and that the Federal Reserve and you as chair are very projection, data-driven, policy-driven, how do you handle a moment like now? I mean, can you tweak your plans and projections? Do you just do you have to reset them?
So, what we've had since in the last few months is from the staff has been a placeholder. Rather, they wouldn't call it a forecast because it's so uncertain. They call it a placeholder. And that's kind of how we've been thinking about it. So it's a good time to take a step back and let things clarify. That's why it's just too soon to say what the appropriate monetary policy response will be to these new policies. It is just too soon to say. We can't say with any confidence today. So that's what we're doing. We've taken a step back, and we're watching to see what the policies turn out to be and the ways in which they will affect the economy, and then we'll be able to act. Fortunately, our policy stance is in a good place for us to do that. We're probably moderately restrictive, let's say. So it's not really tight policy, but it's which is appropriate since inflation is a bit above target. So we think we're well positioned to address whatever may come. And in the meantime, I'd say we're waiting for greater clarity before we consider adjustments.
Business owners in Wisconsin have told me that they can't make their plans. They want to expand. They want to build a new facility. They want to hire or do whatever the future calls for. They say, we're trying to look around the corner. We're not even sure where the corner is, and we're not even sure what's around the corner. Sounds like they're in the same position as you are a little bit.
No, we hear the same thing. Of course, we have an incredible network of contacts with businesses and also universities, nonprofits, all different sectors through the Reserve Banks and also through the Board of Governors. And that's what we hear. But again, it's a process. We're going through it, and I think we will know when we know what the policies are exactly and what their implications will be for the economy. That will all become clear, and I think that'll be a time when people can make decisions. In the meantime, though, I get it. We're hearing that a lot from people, and we are kind of in the same place, which is waiting for clarity about what our policy path should be.
It might be months away.
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
As you're talking about placeholders right now and having something in the place when there's so much that we don't know, it does occur to me that this is not the first economic shock that you have steered the markets and the economy through. Obviously, there was COVID almost exactly 5 years ago. It seems similar in certain ways with a lot of uncertainty, a lot of shock, also potential disruptions to prices and to supply, which is very much
watch if the Nike Vietnam plays start coming back. I think Powell just took a little off top.
can Liberation Day
It's not bad, it's not good.
to
It just
kind of
again,
effects of COVID? Are they totally
slowed down the
somewhat
hype
related?
after Vietnam.
I think each situation is different. There was COVID. There was also then, in the response to COVID, then there was high inflation, and then there was soft landing, and then there was, and now we have new administration and changes in policies, and every situation, it kind of rhymes, but it's not exactly the same thing. And so in this situation,
Australian dollar down 5, worst drop since 08. That's weird. They're not even getting tariffed.
For higher unemployment and higher inflation, and that's difficult for a central bank because our tools, which consist of interest rates, either slow down or speed up the economy over time. And,
all right, back in.
Higher unemployment would call for speeding up the economy, and higher inflation would call for slowing it down. So you can be in a situation, if we find ourselves in that situation, we look at how far each of the two variables is from its goal, and we ask ourselves, how long would it take to get back? And we weigh those things and make a decision about what to do. But there's no question that's a different situation, very difficult situation. When we faced high inflation, it was painful for the country, painful for the people that we serve, but we knew what policy needed to be. We knew we needed to raise rates quite a bit. During the pandemic, we knew what we needed to do. It was very clear the direction that we needed to take with force, and we did.
It's almost a situation potentially where the dual mandate is at odds with itself.
The two goals are, as we say, in tension, or they may be. I'd say that's not what we're seeing right now, but it's the effects at the margin right now would be for higher inflation and perhaps higher unemployment, but that's a marginal effect. I would say you're not in a situation like we were in the 1970s where the two goals were really both pulling in opposite directions and required. That's where, it's just very hard for a central bank to be the answer to a situation like that. But that's not the situation we're really in today.
One of the questions from the audience that we had is, if unemployment takes off and inflation takes off, which lever do you go for? Which lever do you?
If you have stagflation, are you going to cut?
We actually have we have a
good question
document called our consensus statement, or the longer version is Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. And the 6th paragraph of that actually contemplates when the two goals are in tension. And what it says is, think about how far each variable is from its goal, and think about how long it would take for each to get back. So in a way, it's an equation. You're comparing two quantities, which each have two variables. And then you say, you look at that and you think, what do we need to do? And typically this doesn't happen very often, but if one of them is further away, then you would focus on that one. In the case of high inflation, they actually both pointed in the same direction. The labor market was overheated and inflation was very high. So both of those called for tight monetary policy. This could be different, but again, we're not actually facing that today.
I feel like there's another tension inherent in your job, which is that you're looking at the macro economy, at the global economy.
Yeah, all those
really,
Vietnam plays keep climbing again.
Also, the data you're looking at is very profoundly human, as Jim has been pointing out. Jobs, I think, and prices are probably the two most human
and airlines.
Of data, and
what the fuck?
Certainly in our day-to-day experience, probably the things
yeah, bro. What's happening with airlines?
How do you reconcile those two things when you're looking at the data, like both the global markets and knowing that the data represents a lot of lives and jobs and egg prices and things like that?
So I think at the Fed, we always keep a focus on the people that we serve, and we know. We know and are very conscious daily that the things that we do have a real effect on people's lives. We know that, and it really does focus the mind. And I think if you talk to people at the Fed, there's a very strong commitment to serving the public as well as we possibly can. Economic events are just very, very unpredictable at times, and there are shocks that you can't see coming. But nonetheless, our job is to, whatever happens, use our tools to bring the economy back to stability, back to price stability, back to maximum employment.
You've heard that before, but we watch the bonds. Bonds like that comment.
Everybody in the room.
I think we're just moving around too.
Thinking about what to do.
So, in response to the last round of tariffs, Harley Davidson, which is based in Milwaukee, moved some production to Thailand. Now the company might be whipsawed again by the new tariffs.
Okay, moving back up here. I think if you could get above here, you're going to brush off Powell till he says something good or bad.
What do you say to companies like Harley-Davidson and their workers?
So
GME.
It just isn't, I really want to stick to our knitting. I mean, we have this great thing called our independence of monetary policy. And that's critical for us to be able to do our job. But for us to keep that independence, we need to not succumb to the temptation to want to be a player on issues that are not assigned to us. And trade policy is one of those. There are many, many issues that people love to try to pull us in on, almost every issue, really. And we just need to stick to our knitting, not get pulled into those things. And so trade policy is a classic one. Energy policy is another. Climate change, immigration is not really, although all of those things have economic implications, and it gets argued that way. But if we treated those as our job, the case for our independence would disappear. So I really can't comment on, we hear the same stories like that, but honestly, the policymakers who are charged with that, they're probably hearing the same stories too, and they're reaching a judgment about what's in the best interest of the country in the long run. That's what they are doing, I guess, and that's, so it's not for us to comment on that.
What happens inside the Fed at a moment like right now, when there's so much change and quite a bit of uncertainty, when you're watching things unfold? What does that look like, practically speaking? What are people doing inside the building?
Bro, a lot of names are still moving that had big underneath the surface. Again, DuPont, they got hit by China this morning. But that's climbing up alongside airlines. So even while Powell in this move, there's a lot of things moving around right now.
Career people who were here for the global financial crisis. They've got 25 years, 35 years of experience with crises, and they step forward and it's just incredible what they can do and have.
Cold,
bro. It's a great honor to work with them. So right now isn't that situation. We have the situation we have. So our trade people and our inflation people and our macroeconomists are all working hard to kind of digest the news of this week and try to filter that into the forecast that they'll make. And policymakers are doing very much the same thing, and we're reading everything we can about what's happening and lots of outside analysis too. We don't have an FOMC meeting until May 6 and 7. So that's really a process.
Yeah, Vietnam Party leader Lam holds phone call with Donald Trump. State media says that's coming out again. That's hitting the wire.
I will say, though, it feels like we don't need to be in a hurry. It feels like we have time to.
Hey, TransUnion?
No, it's like I said, you have inflation's going to be moving up and growth is going to be slowing, but it isn't really. To me, it's not clear.
That doesn't sound good every time he says that.
Path for monetary policy.
This time today, he repeated that many times. Inflation is going up. That's what didn't sound good. If you haven't picked up on that, he keeps saying that.
From one of our Cebu members is, are you in contact with other central bankers?
Yeah, that's hitting the wire right now, that quote.
Yes, pretty frequently. Absolutely. And the same was true during the other crises I've been through. Not only that, though, we do meet very regularly. The IMF World Bank meetings here in Washington twice a year. We go to Basel multiple times a year to meet. That's all central bankers. And there are also G20 meetings, G7 meetings where the central bankers are there.
Yeah, Vietnam stocks are running again off of that. So that headline is being reiterated. But now I think the market responded to that little Powell comment.
I'm not at liberty to say. No, there's not.
And have you talked to those central bankers this week?
Recently, yeah, I didn't want to get too specific about this, but yes, I have.
What's their sentiment? Can you characterize that?
I'd rather, again, I don't comment on what my international colleagues say.
Come on.
It's not appropriate, but, we're talking about events. We're talking about the implications for the economy. We're discussing what we're hearing.
Inflation will go. Wait, what did you say? Can you send me another one? I didn't see it. I can't read it for some reason.
Too. It's all the things you would expect us to be talking about on a regular basis. It's one of the best things about this role is that the central banks have a lot.
Okay, Skechers going up on Mr. Vietnam again. Watch those plays.
We think about things in quite similar ways, and they're real bonds. We're not lobbying each other ever on policy. It's just never. That's just not a thing, because we do our policy here, they do their policy there. But we develop really, really good relationships and bonds with them, and it's one of the real pleasures and benefits. Being able
what
to
time
talk
is it,
about
bro? It's still.
just not only with
it's mad early, huh? Because all the premiums are still jacked.
Around the world.
I mean, it's interesting because it is a job of enormous responsibility and power, but it's also a job. How would you characterize the job of Fed chair? Like, how is it as a job?
Honestly, that's what it is. I really feel just like another person doing that job.
Really?
Yeah.
You just like...
That's how it is. I'm doing a job. I have a job to do. I actually really like the job. I like it a lot. I enjoy it. It can be stressful at times. Nonetheless, incredibly interesting, great people to work with, really important. What more could you want? But that's what it is. And, I'm blessed by working with great colleagues who are really committed to getting it right. I mean, fully appreciate how important it is that we get it right. And do everything we possibly can to bring the best thinking, the best analysis, and debate things, over and over until we feel like we're in the right place. At the same time, there is no certainty in this. You can be wrong because the economy can zig when you thought it was going to zag.
So your term as Fed chair ends about a year from now.
Aha.
What do you think about your job security?
Here's the question.
I fully intend to serve all of my term.
Excellent. I mean, as we're getting close to wrapping up,
you got reiteration of Vietnam. Meanwhile, homeboy,
you do have a position of such great responsibility. People are very curious about you.
You got Powell Vietnam reaction kind of bundled up here still.
A Fed chair does small gestures, word choice. I know it's part of our jobs in this room to pore over every word you choose. I did want to ask about one thing that I've wondered about for years, which is your tie. You always seem to wear a purple tie, and every time I think I've seen you, you've worn a purple tie, and I'm wondering if there's significance to that?
Well, at the beginning, the only significance was that I like purple ties.
Okay.
But I will say, so then the next press conference, I reach for a blue tie or a red tie, and I go, maybe not, And so I wind up wearing purple ties, and then it becomes a thing. And now I definitely wear.
So there is a
ties
reason.
All the time.
Okay.
But I felt like you didn't. It
yeah,
just
the
felt
secret's
a little awkward
out.
to be wearing one that was identified.
Yeah, no, I guess there is actually a reason.
Non-political. I can't stress that enough. We are not. It's not that we're bipartisan.
Yeah, I'm so unpolitical. I won't even wear a red or a blue tie.
Plus, I like purple ties.
Sorry, I didn't give you a purple guitar pick. I have one other Milwaukee question that I overlooked here. But
hedge funds sold the largest amount of equities on a net basis at largest one-day amount since 2010. Goldman notes to client.
There's 5,000. The market's out of whack by like 5,000 houses that need to be on the market for it to have equilibrium. And a report this week said tariffs could tack on some $6,000 to the cost of building a new home. How long are people going to sit on their cheap mortgages from COVID? Thank you very much. And before
you just thank Powell for that? It's crazy.
The market frees up.
So you have several things there. The first is we just haven't built enough housing, and we haven't kept up with the demand for housing. So there's an underlying shortage before.
Bro, right when I go to sell one of these plays, I click on it and the bid goes away. I fucking hate this.
Democracies around the world. The second thing is, lock-in, as you say, that we're very, very low mortgage rates.
All right, I'm gonna sell one of these Nikes before they scam me again.
And that'll of course wear off over time. And you also mentioned, the costs of materials that might be imported, lumber and nails and things like that. And
hey, coming back down, watch those one puts I told you about.
A lot of labor.
Bonds coming up.
In the home building business has been traditionally immigrant labor. So yeah, the housing, the sort of new build market, it may face some cost pressures as well. That may very well be the case. That's what we're hearing from home builders, for example, both on the labor side and on the materials side. But even once these short-term things happen, we're still going to have not enough houses. And so it's all, I think for a long time we're still going to see upward pressure on housing prices, maybe until population growth slows or until we catch up.
You mentioned that we're kind of in a period of waiting right now to see how policy ripples out through the economy. How long do you expect that to take? How long do you expect these big policy changes to show up in our day-to-day lives, in prices and supplies and things like that?
I mean, for a while we didn't know what was coming on April 2. Now we know what came on April 2. We don't know. There's a lot more to be said about how all that shakes out. But we've come through that, and I think you now know that the tariffs are larger than people were generally expecting. That much now at this point. And you'll know more as you start to see the effects on the economy. So as the months go by, it's hard to say exactly when you'll know. But clearly that learning process is ongoing. We're just seeing that these are new policies. Not
a lot
just
more to be said on how tariffs shake out.
There'll be important fiscal legislation coming up fairly soon, and there'll be regulatory changes, significant regulatory changes. You have to really look at all of that to see what the overall effect will be. So I can't give you a date, but all of that is now kind of coming into place at sort of the speed you would expect policy changes to be, and then we'll begin to see the real economic effects as the year goes on. But again, I can't give you a really specific date. Is the fiscal legislation the tax cuts? Well, yes. I mean, I know they're contemplating, and again, we don't comment on fiscal policy, but what I read is that they're contemplating, making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act cuts permanent, and also
whole X on the high.
We wouldn't be. We have a sort of a placeholder for that too, but that's really not ours to comment on. But that's what I was talking about. Yes.
So I have a question from.
Thank you, my friend.
A friend in Milwaukee.
I hope you're having a good morning.
She has clients that have deals ready to go, businesses that are ready to launch from their garage to a private equity deal, and they're just stuck in their garage right now. How long do you think? What do you think the impact of the uncertainty these days will have on the private equity deals?
So again, we're hearing a lot of that. People are just kind of waiting for clarity. So, and I can't tell you when that will pass, but ultimately it will pass. We know that at a certain point we'll know enough to know what the uncertainty will decline, and we'll be able to see with real clarity what the policies are and what their effects are. So. You're right. We hear the same thing from businesses and from people that they're kind of waiting and seeing. There's a lot of waiting and seeing going on, including by us, and that just seems like the right thing to do at a time of elevated uncertainty.
What economic indicators are you watching right now? I mean, very famously, you look at the CPE and obviously the CPI and things like that. But are there any economic indicators in this moment, in these circumstances, that you are watching, focused on,
sure,
interested in?
So the basic two big data pools are the data around prices and around employment. And we get in the employment area, we get just really that's an area where we actually get pretty good data. Although the survey response rates have been lower, nonetheless, we get a lot of different data. And it's not just unemployment, it's participation, it's by age group and things like that. It's wages, it's many, many different things. It's jobs, it's quits, all the job creation, quits, openings, all those things. So that's one thing. On inflation, we target PCE, personal consumption expenditure inflation, not CPI. And the two are broadly, they move together, but 25 years ago, the Fed switched to PCE. The public looks at CPI. It's kind of a little bit of a thing, but because we think, it's really just a better way to capture the inflation, the cost pressures that households and businesses feel. We think it's a better measure, and that's what we look at. But they're not that different. I mean, they look at different measures. Ultimately, they're pretty close together. Those things. On growth, you look at what's happening with consumer spending. The economy is overwhelmingly driven by consumer spending. So you look at how are consumer surveys, how are they feeling, how are they spending? Sometimes the surveys are very negative, but they keep spending. That's been happening really for a while. People spent right through the pandemic, and they spent right through this time of higher inflation. They kept spending, and forecasters kept thinking, like us, kept thinking that consumption would slow down. But that's a really critical thing. After that, business investment is a big chunk, and you look at that, and that is also susceptible to sentiment. Businesses, if they don't know what to do, they're not going to do an acquisition, or they're going to hold off on building a factory or a plant or hiring people and things like that. So we look at, I could go on for a long time. We look at a lot of data and we try to make sense. We also talk to people who are in the real economy. I grew, my career was mostly in the private sector, talking to people
I need to
who
go
ran
to the
businesses.
bathroom.
And for me,
I just put out
the
a
story
stream
doesn't
alert,
come
man. I
together
keep
until
flipping these
actually
plays. I'm taking
hear
like
from
little
people who
losses
are
on them, but
in the economy,
we're
doing
either
things
going to
and
go
what
up
they're
like
feeling
5
and seeing,
points or
and
dip
then
5
it sort
points
of fits
by the
together
end of the day.
better.
But now, but the way the premiums are, I'm even from here to here, they slashed the premium down 20% on no move.
I love the
So you got to be careful, but whenever the move happens, there's a lot of pressure coiling up for either direction.
And it's all the 12 reserve banks and all of their incredible context, what they're saying about what's going on in the economy. So if you want to know, you can look at the national data, but if you want to know what's going on in regions and at different industries, you look at the Beige Book. So it's really a critical thing. And actually, the reserve bank system that we have is an enormous strength of the Federal Reserve System. We have these 12 reserve banks with their own, economics departments and own participants on the FOMC. So that's a great thing to look at.
I'd like to ask you about another body of work that many of us know that you're familiar with, and that's the Grateful Dead. So, question for you, sir. American Beauty or Terrapin Station?
American Beauty.
Well, it's not even a pause.
Not even close.
That was
Ask me a
so
hard one.
fast.
That's
my era. That's my era.
Working Man's Dead
Yes.
or Europe 72?
Oh, both. Yeah, that's my era. We're in the same era here. So that's, for me, it's late 60s to mid 70s. So you're.
Touch of Grey, what do you think?
It was their only hit, but it's a good song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finally,
we're going to do this?
I feel like you're speaking another language.
There's a well-known Grateful Dead bootlegger who, I believe the permission of the band, Dick's Picks, who's put out. So, what's your recommendation of those hundreds of?
I don't have any Dick's Picks. Like I said, my real interest was late 60s to mid 70s. Yeah. And I saw him a bunch of times, and I know every note on every song from that era. But since then, I've been busy, actually.
Well, we thank you for taking time out of your schedule to join us here, and we appreciate your work.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
Is that what? Bro, I'm peeing. I'm like, what?
Fed Chair Jerome Powell there concluding his remarks at the Save conference.
No way. Bro. All right, well, good. I got to do that put. Like I said, I think we're coiling up for a move. He said some bad things, but look now. All of those Vietnam plays are starting to go. So watch. Maybe, as I'm saying, if Powell, he said inflation a lot. He said uncertainty, and I don't think that was good. And that killed your crazy rally here. We were running really big after the Vietnam caved. But now I think we're in the middle. I just think we have a big move still left on the rest of the day. Big move, I mean, you're either going to end up at like 510 or lower, or we're going to go back above 520, 525 where we opened at. So other than that, though, the premiums are very dangerous right now, you guys. You got to be very, very careful. You are getting a very wild day historically, but even then, most of the gains have happened through the pre-market. So keep that in mind. Again, we even had some plays. They went up a lot on that rally, and then Powell literally just batted them down. Bonds are still holding. And yeah, man, I hope you guys are enjoying it, bro. Holy crap. What a day. What a day. Yeah, I don't like how the bond, because the bonds now, they went from ignoring stuff, and they're still kind of lagging, but at the end of the day, it is, the bonds are kind of even telling you what I'm telling you. And this time, too, I don't know if you guys realize it. This is intense because what happened today, I got another headline. Lam, Vietnam ready to cut tariffs to zero and asks U.S. to do the same. State media says they're pumping that again. This is Vietnam state media that is coming out with it. Yeah, they're coming out with more comments. So that's the good news of the day. The bad news is that China retaliated, but now Vietnam, the patch, they're saying they're down to work with us. That was earlier. I mean, you already heard this Vietnam shit from here, right at the level, that 5,118, and then we ripped. But now, after Powell kind of poured some cold water on it. I think today is a forced sell day. It's too big. That's it, bro. You're down 8% in the last 2 days. And like I'm saying, gold is selling. This time, bonds were able to go up a little bit. But like I was just telling you right now, Mexico, they're the winner. They're down right now. Australia, they did not get tariffed. Their currency just had the biggest decline since '08. Why? It doesn't make any sense except for somebody got blown up probably. Somebody had to have force liquidated. Otherwise, this is just full-blown risk off. Yesterday was a little bit less of that, but now today, I mean, you can't hide anywhere. Anywhere around the world now, you look, there's red. So that could be a sign of that. I mean, at one point, bro, an hour ago, hour and 15, you were ready to circuit break. You were at like 6% or something like that. So, yeah, you got to watch out for that. And then the bonds are where I made them free. A little lower. Circuit breaker is about 7%. So at one point we were at like 5 something, and then Vietnam rocketed you up 2%. Powell brought you down about 1%. Now you're here. You're getting it bonds down, candle up, either comments or again it could be the Vietnam thing again. To Lamb, agreed with Trump to discuss, sign bilateral agreement to concretize the commitments of zero tariffs. That's the pop. The market has the pressure, but every Vietnam comment, it's moving. We're doing what we did, was it last week? You remember when the Trump Canadian comments would hit, and then it would move a little bit, and then it would fade? Yeah, you're kind of getting that same price action. Fed bar might be talking, but no Fed people matter except Powell. I firmly believe that moving forward. So I don't even read their comments anymore. People might react, but I just think the other Fed people confuse everybody. I think they add too much noise, and now with policy being so volatile, all that matters is policy, and then all that matters is the head of the Fed. And we're going to go back 10 years in time, 5 years in time, back in the day where people didn't respond to Fed members, and I don't think any of them there. New Zealand dollar, big down. Again, Vietnam Lamb invites Trump to Vietnam, says Trump has accepted the invitation. These little scammers. Well, it's a good sign, man. You got to see it. Like, you really got to see what would happen if somebody played along. And then you saw the negative effect today when someone doesn't play along. China, that was bad. Because, like I said, they're raising the stakes on an already high bet. But now you also see Vietnam going to zero. That's amazing. That's the thing. I don't think people are going to talk about it. But now, do you not realize if Vietnam goes to zero, at least Trump just got the country that everyone left China for. They're now willing to do zero. That's crazy. So there's a lot of crazy going on. I can't believe Trump went that high. I can't believe China was like higher, more. China was like, bet, double it. And then I can't believe Vietnam's like, no, we'll go to zero. So, yeah, this is uncertainty, but, like, there is wins, there's losses. It's very, very complex at this point. All right, you're moving up a little bit. Yeah, these market makers know what's good. That's it. I'm looking at so many plays, and they're 180ing it, 480ing it. They won't let you buy anything for cheap anymore. No such thing as out of the monies for less than 30 cents. So, yeah, you're moving up right now, but, yeah, they little hustlers. I'm a hustler, baby. I just want you to know where I've been. The long term is about to blow. Well, I just want to buy it because it's cheap. But I need cash because I bought too much. No? Okay. Sorry. No more free lunch. We got a couple of free lunches, I'm not going to lie. But, yeah, not the very few and far between right now. Good time to buy. I mean, we've been talking about it all day. It sucks, some of those names, like even Nike. Now it was at 52 like we wanted, but now it's at 58. So we'll see. Yeah, they're really smart. Vietnam, because now, like I'm saying, Vietnam just became beneficial. So now you could go to Vietnam like people were already doing, but now there will be no tariffs while China's at 50-something, which is insane. So we'll see, though. But, don't make up your mind just yet. But like I'm telling you, this is going to be the dynamic that we're going to be getting. It's going to be one day bad news, one day good news. The problem is that everyone's moving slow. These countries are communicating slowly. So that's the problem. That's why we're going to get choppiness until we're like, okay, yeah, we know the rate is coming down. We know that it's settling. Yibbity bobbity boo. Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I told you guys even weeks ago, the part was that when the VIX stays above 25 but below 30, that's not really a buyable dip. But now that it has this blowout has been so bad that now you could buy some good things. Yo, defense, NOC on the low. That makes no sense. $3 drop. Yeah, defense names are selling. SpaceX craft with private crew in final descent to Earth. And now you're going lower. Fuck. I should have scalped it. Oh, they went it up 10%. All right, you just literally for no damn reason. SpaceX craft with private crew in final descent to Earth. That's all but something just happened. Bond just snapped. Bond snap, SPY snap. Even that play I was hunting just came back up now. What the fuck was that? All right, well, I re-hit that other one, but fuck. I think I'm going to just take it real quick. Hold on. I need to get my 10% back from the other one. But yeah, watch even that gas, LMT. It's very hard. I took 10%. Fuck that. Because they scammed me. I lost 10%. I made 10%, then I lost 10, then I lost 7, I just made 10. So I still got one L on there. But fuck that. I'm telling you, intraday has been very difficult. All the other ones are great, though. And again, we woke up nice to another Christmas. I still like it, though. Let me go to the other one. I have another SPY play for the day that I said to watch. That one's still the same price. Oh, it rocketed on that. All right, hold on. They just rocketed the dailies. Don't touch a daily. Low-key, the next days, they're going to have more of a cost, but they're better. But, yeah, tough. Where's our boy, VIX? Dude, that play we had, see, that the play I made a lot of money on today is now it came back to like 100%. Again, it was up like 700% this morning. Yeah, I'm away. I got my other 10% back, but I like them. Like I'm telling you, that look at that. That's 3 points already. I'm telling you, there was 5 points just ready to move on this, but it's so hard to fucking take it. Because like I'm saying, you have to be in the money, and then otherwise there's no shot. And then it can move up 3 points so quick. Even if you're in the money, you're down $3. So yeah, bro, it's crazy. It's interesting how Bitcoin is holding up so well. Well, be careful. That's what I've been saying. The things that do that in this environment, sometimes it could be good, sometimes it could be bad. But observe what's not moving, but then at the same time, we don't really know why. I don't know. The low ticker is pretty active, bro. All right, another low. I swear they're watching me. This market maker keeps moving it every time. I just want to love you for who I am. Tristan, welcome. Yeah, that's a scam. We're not, I mean, you're kind of close to a circuit breaker. We are running out of time. It is only 9:30 though. So I don't know. It's anything at this point, but I'm really looking for either 510 to 500 or we get back to the higher 530s. Fed Bar says AI overhyped in short term, useful in longer term. What does that even mean? A-Rab on the high. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless America. And thank you to all of you who are here on every day, because I love you. And all the people who supported, I love you. I can't believe some of y'all still buying stream alerts. That's insane to me. You should have done it in advance, if anything, or stop gambling and get a long-term. But I love you all, and God bless America, baby. God bless America. All right, I'll be right back.
Do we wait till next week? I mean, do we jump in right now? And where would you be looking for those opportunities?
Look, I think I would echo something that Victor said. There will always be need for credit. And even right now, as it seems that headwinds have stacked up against us, there are some tailwinds, and they are meaningful tailwinds. So the credit composition, the quality composition of credit is good and remains supported when it comes to the demand side of the equation. And so we think that there will be a floor of prices and a ceiling to spreads when it comes to, say, double Bs and certainly the IG part of the market. There are some troubled credits which, there will be some such sticky situations, but those are limited to mostly the 5 and 10% of the overall credit market, mostly on the loan side, not so much on the high yield side. But again, I think here we go up in quality, we choose fixed over floating and ride the duration and high quality credits.
Amaury Dorsey of Amundi, I want to get back to you and ask you, the Fed chair did say that, recession risks are rising and that, across the street we're seeing those odds go up, but that they were from a very low level. How much do you see the possibility of a recession in 2025? And do you think 4 cuts are about right this year?
Well, for now, our base scenario is that we do not see it's not our best case scenario to see a recession coming. We think that it's too early to really look at the recession. There are many uncertainties, and so we are in a way with what Powell said. And by the way, I would say that given what he said, which is it's too early to talk about, to know about really what's happened to the growth, but he said as well that things will be inflationary. And from our point of view, the market as of now is really strongly focused on growth, which makes sense, but not enough on the risks of inflation. So you discussed and you said that break-even in the US is at 218 right now. At this level, we do believe that it's the right level to start to buy those break-evens, either through TIPS or either through inflation swaps. We do believe that the market is ignoring too much the long-term, let's say, inflationary pressure that could weigh on the market.
All right, I have to thank you all. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to continue this conversation, but you've all been amazing. You can stay there for 2 seconds, Nia Kota of...
Thank you, Nia Kota. Thank you, Nia Kota. All right, man. Crazy day. Stream alerts is in the first link, but the price has recently been raised. You might want to wait or don't buy it at all. I think if you pay attention, you'll get just as much out of it. So, and then buy a house long term. Shout out Tim Whitman, baby. And then, I don't know, man. We'll see if we have time. I wanted to give away a lot of money today. I made money today too, but we'll see. But I don't know. If we're into the lows, I don't think we have time for a game, Chad. So sorry. I know it's crazy, but I hope the plays were good enough for you. My goodness, bro. It's only 9 o'clock. That's why, I hate these plays. Because I'm like, I don't want to fucking, no, that's it. I already took my cash. I want to just close everything and then call it. Because I'm like, it's so tempting, but then it's so early, bro. All right, yeah, they're going to kill plays right here. Watch. I'm looking at the premiums. I see bids dropping, asks flying, and bids come back. But look, the low ticker is very active. But bonds are moving. So you're getting that activity. I haven't seen the UVXY hit a high before we hit a low yet, but it's kind of looking like that. Instructions unclear. Giving money. Shout out to Chad. Let's go. Maybe on Monday then, or we'll see. Let's see if it really slows down. Let's have fun. I want to have fun. I'm already having fun, but yeah, we could have more fun. I want you to have fun too. Very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Motivation. Woo! I know it's coiling, not selling, and all events are. But that's our fatal mistake. Not all events are in. Welcome to Trump land. We don't fucking know what's gonna happen next. That's the problem, is that you can, it seems like it's over, but then at any given moment, We get Vietnam, we get Vietnam, we get anybody, and then that's it. Oh, yeah, you're definitely getting steak dinner, bro. I want to go. I just want to go to Hawaii for the day and come back and call it. That's it. I'm just trying to hit a beach right now, bro. All right. No, I want to get out, but to hold it. You live in Hawaii, lucky you. I like Hawaii. Hawaii. XLP on the low. All right. Oh, the long term is destroyed. But I'm excited. We already went through all of our we pretty much did our morning last night. If you understand. So we already mourned the long term for the next year. If you haven't done that, you are unprepared. Make sure you are aware of that. So if you have not looked at your long term and have not taken in the reality of this situation and realized what is about to happen, I said you mourn it right now. And I already told you what to do. Because if you think you're going to get a better deal later, you're probably going to make a bad decision. You either walk away right now, take your chips, or you better get used to greens and red and whatever and maybe not look. But, that shit's going to go down, baby. I've told you for years. Last time I told you it was going to go down, it went up for another year. So, but yeah, just watch out. But mourn it, get over it now, because you're going to see a lot of that, and you're going to see a lot of green, and then a lot of red, and then a lot of green, and then a lot of red. And if you give in to that too much, it's going to give in to you. Remember, you have a gift, baby, but don't let your gift have you. Ooh! They don't feel me, bro. All righty. Dude, it's flirting with this. I'm telling you, it wants either a flush or it wants fucking above the open right now. And we don't know the events. Most events are done. I see the headline of a Russian attack. But other than that, it's just a matter of just taking this to the bell, dude. And anything we haven't heard from Trump today, we probably will. But anything of that nature, I mean, that's what's going to drive it all. Arab. That thing's all day. All right, you're moving up. My plays won't move. Telling you. So dumb. Any new plays are so hard to hit unless it's like I only hit the next day. So, yeah, just be mindful, bro. That's why I'm like, I want to get out of it, but I know right when I get out of it, I'm going to want to get back into it. I told you, all this shit's going to be emotionally taxing. But I love it. The president personally selected the now widely mocked formula for determining the country's specifics. Again, I still stand by what I said. All these people focusing on the calculation, I think, is really dumb. Why? Because, like I told you yesterday, I'm like, it's a bomb. Do you not remember me telling you guys that? And I'm the guy who's been telling you, I'm the Trump supporter, damn it. And I was telling you, I was like, dude, listen, I wouldn't really care about how it's calculated. All you need to understand is that is a ticking time bomb. I don't care how the bomb was made. I don't care, they didn't mix the uranium. I can't believe they didn't use that gunpowder. They did that. No, dude. It was a fucking bomb that was presented. And that's why I was like, dude, are you kidding me? This is not anything light, bro. All right, what the fuck is happening with bonds? Watch out here. Because, look, bonds and SPY are making a weird move. All right, that was fake. Do I regret my vote yet? No, I like all of this. I think it's hilarious, actually. And not because people are losing. I mean, it's hilarious that people think that people didn't vote for this. Like, do you not get the reality? As of right now, in the last 2 weeks, rich people have felt this pain more than anybody who needs help. So fuck all of y'all. I love what I voted for. 100%. Y'all don't feel me. No, y'all really don't feel me on that. You saying 401ks, houses, this. It's like, what do you mean about the people, all the immigrants who came here legally, like my parents who had a difficult time over the last 4 years because everything is so expensive and these companies have gotten away with such wicked narratives to scam people and out of their daily lives while they made more and more money than ever before. So yeah, my stocks went down. My housing's slowing down a little bit, but I pray that, this could be bad in other ways and hurt everybody. But for now, I do see a path where a lot of people who didn't have may have the opportunity to start having. With deflation, prices coming down comes pain, but it comes opportunity. And if that means everybody from the young people to the immigrants who were not able to afford things but have worked harder than all of these rich people, and you mean to tell me they might have an opportunity? Oh, great, because I already started a long term. What about the guy who didn't? What about the 18, 20-year-old? Microsoft unveils AI assistant with memory. What does that mean? Microsoft AI assistant with memory. I don't know if it's moving. And then VIX and bonds. Yeah, bro. TLT's up even more. And the puts are up. To give you an idea. All right, man. I'm getting out of the VIXy. They hate me. Hold it for a little bit, because when I sell, I swear they're tracking this account now. All right, I'm out of that one. That's it. And you guys, listen, if you want to write me a hate email for what I just said, you got to pay $5 to do that. Okay? Sorry. No, seriously, watch. Because look, this is what's going to happen. Like, Rusty, you see, here's your email. You're saying I'm biased. Zero. This is what happens, though. Look, this is what I've been doing lately. Any negative, dumb shit, I just block it. So I'm never going to hear from you ever again. And then I got an AI that'll track it so you can't even make a new email. And then it'll do that, right? So you want to talk to me about it? Talk to me about it with everybody, but that's going to cost you, unfortunately. So, yeah. Again, if somebody was biased, you would say that they are one-sided, correct? Is that what a bias is? That you only see one side and not the others? Is that what a bias is? Can we agree on that? Okay. So now just do this test. Did you hit everything or did you miss everything? And that'll tell you if you're biased or not. Ta-da! Because again, I'm telling you it's a bomb. It gets bad, I tell you it's bad. It gets good, I tell you it's good. I say they're overreacting, it's overreacting. We outperform on the long term. My long term is still up. Hey, yo, Klarna, StubHub have halted roadshows. Chime delays IPO. Well, no, at the end of the day, this is what I said a couple weeks ago. I hear people telling me about bias, but I'm like, well, how come you missed both sides, though? How am I making money and playing my moves good enough under no matter who the president is? Again, why am I making money on puts and calls? That doesn't make sense. Because if I was a blinded Trump guy, I would be buying the dip at every corner, telling all of you to do that. I did not. And vice versa. If I wanted to be a Democrat, I would have told you to short Tesla on margin and do all of this and I didn't. We're hitting everything. So like I'm saying, if you want an opportunity, I'm here for you. You don't own a house yet, I would love to get you a house in the next 4 years. Let all these crybabies and rich people cry, but if you want and you don't have it yet, let's get it, bro. You know, the people saying bias are biased, unfortunately, because if you look at the fruit of my tree, it does not show any bias, my brother. That's it. You don't get what I got with bias. It just doesn't, because I know people that are biased, and they have one thing that I have, but they don't have the other part. They have one thing that I got, but they don't have the other part. How did we walk away with all of it? That doesn't happen with the bias, G. But amen. $5 to talk about it. Oh, yeah, you guys should be good, man. We got good plays, everything. But that's why I'm saying it's not, even yesterday, last 2 days on the watch list, I made it an effort to really let you guys know. Because, again, I'm telling you when people, I'm like, no, this is right, this is wrong. And right when I got that information, just like Jerome Powell, I didn't hesitate to tell you that was a bomb. I don't care. I don't care about Trump. I don't care about anybody. I care about my Lord. That's it. And it's not an orange hair toupee. But that's why I said this is a bomb. Pay attention. You gotta pay attention to this. I don't care what you think it is. So get ready for more, baby. And that's what we got to do. And that's why I'm like, man, if you get too caught up in these emotions, man, you will get left. You're going to get stuck in this gap. And I know you may hear things, and I'm not the easiest person, and stuff may fly in the face of what you believe. I'm not trying to push anything on anybody, but at the end of the day, I really hope you got to mature and wise up and get to the bottom of all of this. What are you going to walk away with? That's what matters. Are you and your family going to be protected and taken care of? That's all I care about. And that's what I want to make sure everybody has. But unfortunately, it's very easy in this environment to get trapped. So let's go, baby. Amen. This comes up every week is insane. I know, we just keep killing it. But that's why I'm saying it's okay. I'm fine with it. I just wanted to make sure that one. I just wanted you guys to see what an email ban looks like. That's why. Because like I was saying, bro, you guys could keep doing it too, but like, I swear to you, at one point I used to read the emails. I swear, I would get sad a little bit too. I don't even do that shit no more, bro. The minute I tell it's like a hoe, I just block it. I don't even read it. And that's it. So that one I had to read for this example, but that's why I'm like, listen, man, pay me $5 you want to talk about it. Otherwise, just move on and get a long term. And like I'm saying, the information and everything else, you're either going to do something with it or not. But that's all I care about. Woo! In distributism, is there any military? Great question, but I don't know. We'll have to talk about that, but now is not the time, Ivy. But I like where your head's at. Vix is still vixing. Woo! I don't know anymore. I feel just relax. Don't worry. We did good. The problem is our greed. That's it. Every morning I'm hitting. And we're walking away with a fucking 1,000%er every morning. But then what you do after that, you just want more. That's why I'm saying I keep going after that one. I got my little 10% back, but that's why I've taken more cash. I have not put in back more than I made today. So that's a good thing. I did that yesterday too. I made sure I'm stacking this bitch. But you got to just, honestly, what I'm telling you, man, like the premiums are just so high intraday, and like it's such a wild move. This is not, I have not made it, I am not I've given to you this at face value. This is a massive move. There's crazy shit going on, but the moves are happening when you wake up, because when you have this crazy intraday, it's very, very hard. We hit the Nikes, we hit those other ones. That was breaking news, but Other than that, though, like SPY and VIX, it's hard if you're not already in there. So, yeah, man, it's crazy. I know. Intel, the plays are, we should have took them when they were still up 20% when the stock was down. I let my Walmarts, you remember that Walmart we had? That shit was, I had a lot and they were free. But even though it was free, I didn't take it. That's another good lesson, I think, today or for this week. Because, like, we hit a lot of good plays. And then there was a lot that were free, too. But there was a lot of money on free that I should have took in. It's okay because I wanted the upside with this volatility. But, you know, even coming from the guy who sells out early all the time, I still I want to sell out early again now because of that. Because those are the things where it's like, dude, just take your money. Just get paid. We could always find another move. You know, at least in this Trump City shit, you know? Well, yeah, it's going to take some time, man. Even for the long term, some of you with more cash, you got a good time to buy. And even then, I want to buy a couple names already. But, yeah, we'll see. Deflation. That's so scary, though. I can't, dude, this is wild. And I can't even believe homeboy Vietnam already caved. Bar AI has some limits as humans because data looks backwards. So does the Fed. You guys are cute. Walmart at 84. Let me see. I have to look at the chart because that thing went up a lot. So no, here no, because it has it's a good name to start with if you insist. But like you guys see it, man. If the market changes a lot for going through a lot of things, like there's a lot like these prices. Like, do you not see? This is what I learned in the market a long time ago, and it's helped me and hurt me. Everything is fake. That's why I don't know if you've ever heard me tell you that paper. I always call the stock market paper money because that's what it is. Like, that's why I've made the fastest money ever in the stock market. I've made the biggest money ever well, my big long term is big now too, but real estate usually provides the bigger amounts because it's paper money. Numbers and digits can move faster than any sort of real asset in a weird way. All right, man, you're coming back down. I'm done. I'm not gonna scalp nothing anymore. I'm only gonna take a breaking news individual play. And then Walmart getting volume here. Is this any other staples? Like I said, I think there's a lot of pressure built up today. I don't know which way. Now we're going lower. Don't ban you. Did you have a Lambo? I'm going to time you out for 24 hours. Not because you asked if I have a Lambo. I used to. I sold it. I made money on it. I've had a lot of other cars too. I've actually had a crazy garage. I might even buy another one. But I'm only banning you. Yeah, Walmart, TikTok. Oh, hey, look at it. Hold on. Please hold that thought. Be careful, though. I already have those dailies. So, honestly, if it pops, I'll just sell it. But, yeah, Walmart, TikTok stuff coming out again. Yeah, Walmart has been part of it. Walmart wanted part with the data stuff. Believe it or not, that's actually real. But yeah, I'm only banning you or timed you out because you said don't ban me. So you knew something in your heart made you feel guilty about asking that. So listen to yourself next time. Or don't have the shame. Well, either way, I even put out this stream alert. I said we have those free Walmarts. I wouldn't go for a play. There's no point. It's not moving big enough. And then SPY's near the low. All right, man. Low ticker. I'm looking at the potential plays. We should have held the one SPY one, but even then it wasn't that good. Nothing intraday is moving more than 20%. The biggest intraday move was TLT. We hit that today, but that was in the morning. That was 50, 60%. But other than that, nothing else is moving. Monday, yeah, it'll be whatever happens over the weekend. But you guys need to understand right now, the uncertainty, the damage has been done. Do you understand that? Like I was telling you the other day, it doesn't even matter what I tell you. You're ignoring damn data. It's the water. Have you ever seen a clean glass of water or like a lake and then dirt gets into it? It's already polluted. So the uncertainty is big, and then it didn't help that Trump unveiled a plan that nobody has seen in the last 100 years. Right? So all of that now on the table, that uncertainty is already in effect. So what's going to happen over the next couple of days is either it gets better or worse. And how it's going to be now, your pops and drops are going to arise from these comments. Does Malaysia come out? Does Thailand come out? What does Cambodia say? And we already heard from some of these places, right? Just like Vietnam today. And then we're going to hear what the EU does. EU, they said they're going to hit Boeing next week. So do you see why I'm telling you it's going to be very difficult and very choppy? Because now these guys are all slow because everybody wants to look a certain way. So they're all willing to gamble a little bit by letting Trump raise the rate now. And now let's take our time. Let's see how serious he is about it. And that's why we'll respond next week. And then day after day after day after day, one good news, one bad news, 3 good news, 1 bad news, 5 bad news, 1 good news, until we actually get something more definitive and know now the duration of the tariffs and where they're going to settle at. Like I said yesterday on the Watchlist. Amen. Amen. Powell, I don't think he is live, but it'd be crazy if he did go on again. Sometimes there's comments afterwards, but yeah, we'll see. Oh, is it big? No, we've seen this. We've seen this during COVID. It's just real volatility. Yeah, Walmart is actively considering joining a group of investors to buy TikTok. ABC reporter Selena Wang. That's coming out again. Like I said, we don't need to chase it. If you have those old Walmarts from earlier, you'll get hooked up. But if you want to chase the move, you can. But that's on you, Habibi. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a good play. There's a debit spread. GitHub making Anthropic, Claude, Sonnet, Google Gemini available via premium request. I haven't looked at any emails, and I'll email you if I got an email. But I'm not playing this game. I can't. It's too risky with this many people in here. You understand? Because if I see your email, and I do see my email, mine, and then it gets nuts. So I'm not going to look. Trump is expected to sign executive order to extend the TikTok deal to be banned or sold off. That's part of the Walmart news. I don't think that's a good sign. So now they're trying to extend the TikTok deal because the deadline was Saturday. It had Saturday or Sunday. It had to be sold or transferred. That was the original deadline, or I think the second delay of the deadline. And now I think Trump's going to delay it again. I can't believe we're at 512. You were just at 550. Hard landing. I mean, dude, in a weird way, like, this reminds me of common prosperity. This is the Trump version. I said sell the rip after Trump too. They don't hear me, bro. That's it. You hear one thing of I like Trump, and then your mind goes dark and then ignores everything else. It's okay, bro. It's like my sister. I get it, bro. Don't worry. It's fine, but just make sure y'all get the bag, dude. It's all I ever wanted, long term. So tell me what to do now, 'cause I want long term. Now. Alrighty. That's a big one. Premiums are going nuts on that. Alrighty. That's it. I made a play for the weekend. That's it. I'm done with the scalps. So I made one play for the weekend. It's kind of early, but I'm going to come back to it just in case. And then, this is what you got to think about. So over the weekend, negotiations in news is either going to get better or worse. That's it. That's all. Just like today. You see what I'm saying? And you see what a Vietnam thing can do. You see what a China escalation can do. Almost the same. 524 to 510, 538 to 524. They're both about 14, 15 points. Ta-da! I did pick a side. I did. I'm not straddling it yet. But I probably will, or strangle it. But I started with one side. And what side I started with should be obvious. Why? Look at the premiums. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you expected of me. No? Okay. FD Trump? Never. I'm not bothered by any of this, unfortunately. Like, I'm concerned. I'm genuinely concerned. I know it's a big data. It's a very intimidating prospect. But like I have said from day one of all of this, everybody's quick to jump to conclusions. I'm not. I'm not doing that shit. Very simple. By day 365, we are about to have one of the best or worst markets we've seen. Like I said, if Trump is going to either succeed massively or he is going to fail miserably. Our job is to stay alive and thrive no matter what happens. Ta-da! Thank you. Thank you. All right. I think it might be time then. Oh, I don't have it set up. Oh, no. Maybe I think we might have to move to Philo. Dollar new high. Well, I got to set it up. Yeah, bonds dropped a lot there. United States Missile Defense Agency seeks ideas for Golden Dome, space-based missile interceptors. Today's 4-4? Wow. New low on Staples, RTX. Amazon's getting volume 2. I don't know if that's real. It's fake. But yeah, SPY's still holding though. It's kind of chilling. Navigate. I got you, bro. And don't worry, we got a lot more, and that's, and that's what I'm saying. But you got to lock in and prepare and pay attention. But this is one of those moments that if you do, it will pay off, and it may change the trajectory of your life for the good. A little bit of preparation, man. I was saying all of this last night, man. I think last night's watch list was creepy. But because we were even just saying, man, and then even China surprising us and all of that, we are getting to the point where, there is going to be, the world may change. You might look back and this will be the changing point, or this was all just a bunch of theatrics. It's one or the other. But either way, a little bit more prepared and being aware of that while it's happening. Just think 2020, I think any of the other times. It will be very important. All right, you're going down. Oh, no. And having a budget, I know, you stay alive, you have emotions controlled. Again, even having a long term, it's all great, bro. It's all great. All right. Well, look at bonds, though. Don't get fooled. Bonds are doing it again. See, because if the bonds start flushing, that may be snitching. Because every one of these, now that you're at the low, every single little drop, the bond should catch a bid. You see what I'm saying? But this time around, bonds are dying. SPY's not moving, though. Hello. Salute. Salute, salute, salute is on fire. No, okay. All right, well, let me go to the bathroom. Do you guys have any good ideas? Should we go to Philo or no? Do you want to go to Philo? Should we play a game? I don't know. That's it. I've already gotten several hate emails today. I don't know how I feel. I feel amazing, actually. The money did good, and God came before the money. Oh, the Bloomberg trivia. Oh, you right. You right. All right, let's do that in a little bit. How do you do it? What's it called? Didn't it have a name? Pointed, I think. Yeah. All right, you guys want to do it? Let's do it real quick. So how are we going to do it this time, though? Because remember, you guys, how do I get the max 190? Don't I have to pick 3 categories and then just max it out? Someone told me the formula. How do you do it? So 3 categories. We max it out. But it says I can't do that. I'm 20 points over. I don't get it. All right, and you're coming a little bit down after that. Oh, I got to remove the right. You're right. Okay, that makes sense. Math, disasters. I like real estate. Sports, that's easy. Tariffs, that's just dating. So we'll do 30 on tariffs, 30 on politics, and then what other category? What are y'all feeling? Sports? I feel like that's easy. Or dating, or real estate. Oh, that's it? That's 100? How? That's 60. RH pop again. I got a shitty play on that one. That one was my only one that didn't hit. Which one is 5 points? I'm confused. So I still have to answer the other ones? All right, well, let's get it then. Are you guys ready? You're going to help me or no? White House, Iran imports are only 14% of GDP. Okay, use your leverages. The half one's a scam. All right, politics. President Trump gave the day he announced his new tariff, if only Independence Day wasn't already taken. Are you kidding me? It's the easiest Liberation Day, bro. What? That's ridiculous. Okay. What category is this? European politics, 5 points. We need the other one. And then SPY going down. Le Pen is convicted. What is the most common English translation? Isn't it corruption? Or is it embezzlement? I swear it's corruption. You guys are all saying C. SPY's coming down. Do I go with the Chad or me? I think D. Chad thinks C. Chad. I went with Chad. All right, going down, though. Watch out. Again, that's so weird that the bonds did that, though. Be careful that you get pump faked. That's actually really weird. And then now McDonald's dropping. That's a weird one. They've already been down. But, yeah, low ticker just woke up. But be careful. Moran, zero evidence from 2018 that tariffs were inflationary. Okay, Tech, Home Circuit, Double Dash, and Tour are 3 suffixes in a popular entertainment series. A recent announcement said World will soon be added to the list. What? Home Circuit. Oh, Nintendo, right? Yeah, that's the Switch. All right, beautiful. Okay, watch. It's like I said, that bond move. So I'm doing a quiz right now. What the fuck? The White House released the formula pictured here, how it decided its new tariffs. What 2-word term did it use to describe the numerator? I have no idea. Math? Is it trade deficit? Import tax, exemption. We'll go with the Chad, baby. I didn't know that one. I don't like math. Only just Black-Scholes model. Disaster 7-7 rocked, where was it? Southeast Asia. Which major city? The second largest in the country. Is it Kuala Lumpur or Bangkok? Bangkok? Mandalay? No, it's not Mandalay. No, I think it's either Bangkok or Kuala Lumpur's Malaysia. 7-7. The epicenter was just miles away from what major city? I know it has an M, but I don't know if that's the right M. Is it Mandalay? Oh, I think you guys are wrong. Go with the Chad. Chad got me this far. No, I don't know. Yeah, it's not Myanmar. Yeah, it's not Mandalay. It's Bangkok. Isn't it Bangkok? I think it's Bangkok. I want to Google it, but I don't. It's Yangon? No. El Coyote. I'm going with El Coyote. Oh, no! No! We lost. No, okay, we didn't leverage on that. I should have hedged it. It's Mandalay. You guys, I should have listened to the Chad. I circumvented the Chad. Fed Waller, no law prevents U.S. foreign currency and acceptance, just the issue. Online mortgage company, Rocket is acquiring Mr. Cooper. Oh, I should have levered that one. I don't have to read it. Major U.S. sports organization is reviewing plans to launch a women's pro league. Of which sport? Cricket, right? Flag football? No. Yeah. Look at the Chad. All right, not bad. Food and beverage. Demand for Dubai chocolate is skyrocketing, causing the price of what ingredient a Turkish export to spike despite popular perception is not actually a nut but a seed. Oh, cashew. Oh! What? Oh, pistachio. I knew the Arabs liked it, but cashew. Oh, I'm an idiot. Man, tariffs. All right, let's double it up. Which country and enclave than a larger country received the largest new tariff from the White House at 50? Which one is this? Is it China or Taiwan? Which enclave within a larger country is Taiwan? Oh, my God. Oh, Lesotho. I fucked up. Oh, I lost. Oh, they got me. I lost points on that. All right, now the spy's going down. Win a date with the AI chat, the Riz quiz. I don't know. That's it. I gave up. All right, going lower and bonds, though. Damn, I did better than 37%. I need to retire, guys. I'm done with news. I don't have it in me anymore. Starmer holds talk with Australian PM and Italian PM on approach to U.S. tariffs. We're not about the circuit break. You have 5% on the NASDAQ. 5 on the SPY, though. So this will be the second time that the SPY is down more than 4.5%. Now, you've only had that happen 6 times. Yesterday was the 7th. So, yeah. Yeah, not as much panic this time, but you are moving down. All right. Yeah, this guy's talking, but I'm going to let him play. You're going to hate me for this, although I love all 9,000 of you. We're going to members only, so I could talk about God. So if you would like to be there and it's worth it, if any passing moment on a 5% day is worth it to you, then you will need tolerance and $5. Otherwise, you might have to wait till Power Hour, and I'm sure Bloomberg will take care of you or any of the other people on YouTube. You could trust them, right? I'm sure they have your best interest in heart, And they won't talk to you about God, so you have to save that. And I'm sure they don't like Donald Trump, too. So it works out for everybody. So I love you. God bless you. If you would like to be there, go there. If not, God bless. And I will see y'all later.